All right, this is my live stream. I'm Joshua Kemble. I think this is like live stream number 50, which is pretty awesome. And I'm excited. It's a Friday night. It's been an incredibly exhausting day. And what's weird is I had gotten my second vaccine. I did like a vlog about it and stuff like that, which you can see on my channel. But long story short, it's great. I'm excited. I feel better. But because it like kind of put me out for a couple days, I was like exhausted, sleeping, and also just like had a massive like fever, and so for like 2 days straight. And so then like coming out of it, the weird thing is I feel fine, but when I get tired, I haven't been able to sleep. Like I've been getting kind of like weird insomnia. So I'll like lay down, I'm like ready to crash, and then I just can't sleep. So I had one of those nights just now where I was like going to take a little power nap. Usually I'll do like a very short nap or something before doing these streams, because I knew I needed to finish thumbnailing this page, which I did get further on. But what was weird about it was I just usually would have had like some kind of thing before before going live on this. But for some reason, again, just kind of hit with this weird like inability to sleep, for the last few days. So I was like, I got to be productive and get some work done. So if I'm working on my comic, I'm going to try my darndest to live stream. Same thing hit me yesterday. So what's weird is yesterday was Art Casters, and I finished the first panel and then just was like, I'm going to call it a night. And then weirdly enough, was still kind of tired and sleepy, probably too tired and sleepy to do a live stream. And I had the same thing happen, and that whole sequence that you can see right over here to the right and to the right of that, where it's like, a little scientific kind of microscopic zoom in, and then it becomes like the skull, and then out of the skull the brain, and then out of the brain stem, and then like this like apple thing. So it's like the stem becomes like a tree. It just kind of came to me like super late at night. All right, it's Frank. Yes. How's it going, Frank Salazar? Salazar Art Nation is in the chats. How are you doing, man? So I was just saying, for some reason, I've just been having insomnia lately. So, like I said, I wasn't even able to nap. So I even yesterday after Artcasters, I was like, I'm not really in a position to do a live stream or anything like that. I'm just gonna relax and go to sleep. And then once again, just knocked out these weird panels with the exploded head and all that fun stuff. So now what I got to do is kind of get further on my comic, and I figure, hey, if I can't sleep, I'm gonna live stream. I'm gonna hang out with the with the night gang and try to kind of get some progress on this book. Because the cool thing is, and this is good news, because I've been working at this. I didn't realize I've been doing these streams to 50. I gotta re-look at that number. That just doesn't sound right. I don't think I've done 50 of these. I'll double check that. I think I might have just mistyped it. I really hope I've mistyped it. If not, that's impressive that I got to 50, or maybe I just was crazy and just kind of skipped forward. But we have been doing these a while. Let's see what the last one was. Sorry, I know this isn't the most interesting content. Let's see. Dude, okay, so the last one with Gaz, where he hopped on, I'm pulling that open. Come on, where's my description? 49. Holy crap. So this is my 50th live stream, which is pretty exciting. And I just I don't know. I'm excited about that. So Frank's in the chats. Adam, how you doing, man? What are you guys working on? Let me know. Frank, I noticed that you were working on a story. Like I remember we were talking on one of these streams, and I was like hearing your story of like how you like kind of survived like all the energy shutting down in Texas. And you just had such a compelling, interesting story. I was like, dude, you should make that like a mini, because you make minis like Captain Goggles and a lot of really interesting themes and stuff. But I just thought like that would be a cool thing to write about. And then Adam uh, says, "Hey Josh and hey Frank, how you doing? And what are you working on?" Out of curiosity too. Let me know. All right, so I'm gonna dip into this and try to get some progress done, and yeah, just kind of get into it. So the neat thing, one of my favorite things about this live stream is it's kind of like an art hangout, and we all get a lot accomplished, like quite a bit done. Okay, so here we go. This is going to be an interesting. Oh, I forgot to mention for anybody just joining what this all is that I'm working on too. I usually do that at the top. So I am working on two stories, book 2, and I have 4 pages left of the script to work out, and that's a pretty short amount of space. It's like 4 pages and an 8, so it's not that far off from finished. It's kind of like, yeah, just really, I think only 4. Yep, 4 and an 8. So that is not bad. But what is 2 stories? Somebody would ask if they're just joining. And 2 stories is my graphic novel about, it's a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. And it's hand lettered, hand inked, and 122 pages. And that's what I'm usually working on this channel. I took a brief deviation to make a pitch project for my literary agent. And now I think the proposal is being, there's like a written proposal by the author that they're working on, and then we'll have that kind of going around the market, and fingers crossed. At that point, it's like you bought stocks, you just kind of sit back and hope they don't die. Oh, I love it. Adam said, working on developing my epic, planning out a prequel and sequel stuff more in depth. So the main series all fits together, finalizing language stuff, maps, and species. All the Tolkien type stuff that everyone warns about. Yeah, I mean, you can fall into the Tolkien trap where you kind of, I always tell the story of like a friend of mine in junior college who had just worked for like 20 something years on this massive fantasy epic. And I have never seen him do a finished page of it because he's always just doing prep work. For all I know, maybe like I'll be like 70 and that guy has just like the most brilliant epic made. But you know, not everybody's Tolkien. Some people are though. So you know, it is some people's process of working is like to spend a lot of years like kind of crafting and developing a world. But I tend to advise against it, just if anyone's asking for my advice. But that's my opinion. And honestly, Adam, I don't know your working process, so like that also sounds super fun. so yeah. And then Frank said a couple of different minis. Texas Freeze story, and then transferring notes from DMs about Captain Goggles and Masked Woman to get to a notes document. Interesting. Sounds cool. All right, so I'm gonna get into this. I was excited about this like weird progress I made though, like off stream, because like I said, this one was done on Artcasters, and that was just a really fun episode too. But yeah, like, so here we are, and it's just kind of shocking to me, like this weird thing that came out from the text. And this is one of my favorite things about the thing that keeps me excited about the rough stage. Like, this is very like tight thumbnails, but they're still roughs. Like, these aren't finalized pages. And the thing that gets me super excited is weird stuff like that just kind of comes up, and you're like, whoa, where did, I mean, it fits the type. Like, it's like the type almost dictates your layout, and you can do kind of creative, fun stuff. Oh, sorry. Adam said, my advice to people about the Tolkien trap is just know what you are in for. Planning a bunch of languages and stuff could take an entire lifetime and longer to work on. Exactly. So, like, I think just as long as you have a cutoff, like, you know, some of the language stuff you can kind of invent as you go too. I think a lot of authors have done that. I actually personally, I don't know. I'm not really, I love Star Trek, but I'm not one of those people who can like quote every episode of Star Trek. But I remember like general episodes and stuff. But I know there's people who like literally learn like Klingon, right, from that show, from like watching it a bunch. And like, the thing is, I would have to, you know, what's funny is like, this would be the stream to have Gaz on. He was on the last one, but it would be interesting to hear his thoughts on it. But because I think Gaz would actually know this sort of like awesome geek trivia. Like, it's important, cool stuff, and I wish I knew. But my suspicion is, I don't know if they like really knew what Klingon was like as a language until they kind of invented it. And then like once they kind of invented it as they went, they just kind of had to stick with like, well, this kind of means this. And I don't know. I could be wrong, but I do think some worlds get kind of built as they go with like a general plot structure outside of it. Anyhow, that's a total rant on my part, but yeah, I'm excited for you, Adam. I think it's going to be cool. And yeah, don't fall into the Tolkien trap of like spending an entire lifetime making a language for a book that you spent a lifetime writing a language for a character in or something. Which it sounds like that's your own advice too, and it's good advice. All right, so let's see here. Now for this fun, creative stuff for like a few seconds, at least, so I can kind of get my bearings here. So, okay, my next, this is the section of the book. This is close to the conclusion, so this is definitely like spoiler territory. But you know, if you guys don't want spoilers and you like two stories and you like watching the process of me making the art, that's fine too. You don't have to read the text. But this part is heavily going to get into faith and sort of how I found my belief and stuff. So we're like smack dab in the middle of that. And it's definitely, I'm trying to do it in a non-ham-fisted, like preachy way, just a kind of sincere retelling of like how I found faith, or faith found me. I don't know. Yeah, so this is getting into like some of the books that started changing my perception on things when I was at like an absolute low. And these are super autobio comics, so it's going to get pretty candid. But so this is like my quote unquote deep thoughts, as if I'm some deep thinker or something. But that's that's kind of where this is going to go. And I'm right mid-sentence. So this is talking about like a book. The previous one talked about it, but a book called Searching for God Knows What by Donald Miller that I had read as an atheist and was like, huh. Because I like at that point I was like, I don't know, 15 years, 20 years deep in atheism or something. And so like I was very separated from like the evangelical culture that I was like raised in. And so I wasn't aware of like writers, especially like writers other than maybe C.S. Lewis, who could write that were Christians. And so I was really kind of stunned to come across like Donald Miller. And then there were some concepts in there that just spoke to me at the time. So I'm kind of curious because I'd be interested in kind of like rereading these again, because I reread them a couple times, especially The Language of God by Francis Collins that I wrote like a page or two before about. But this one, I'm sure it'll hold up because I think he's a pretty. It's like an interesting kind of free flowing like beat style of writing that is very unique and cool. I don't know if it's cool to a lot of people, but like for somebody like me who like I really love like On the Road by Jack Kerouac and like just that whole kind of beat style, like the narrative style more than like the poetry. Because the poetry, okay, I'm totally going on a weird rant. I was gonna say like the beat poetry, although Ginsberg was like so good for beat poems, but I feel like Kerouac's tend to be like that. I don't know, and I don't want to besmirch anybody who likes Kerouac's poetry, because poetry is one of those things that like it's hard to kind of like formally critique unless it's like really classic traditional poetry where it's following like a meter and you're like, hey, that's off meter, like, but it's like it's very subjective is my point. So I can understand some people like loving Kerouac's poetry. I love his prose, and then like his poetry I just like it starts to feel like almost like a Shatner routine where like William Shatner's doing like a bit where he's pretending to be a beat and he's just like, she walked in the room wearing red like the color of lipstick like, and then like just all these kind of tangents that are like freestyle to like a beat thing and somebody's snapping their fingers. Like that's the kind of poems I'm not like a huge fan of, although Ginsberg goes there sometimes too, but he just does it well. And now I'm talking about beat poets and we're like 10 minutes in the stream and I well, 17 minutes. I got to get started on my comic. Adam, I appreciate what you're talking about with Tolkien, because somehow that led my weird brain to like beat poems and William Shatner. So I got to actually write that down because that might be kind of funny in the title. Shatner and then beat poems. And now I feel a little more warmed up and ready to rock this business. Okay, so this is talking about like the idea of kind of, okay, so pretending that the Bible is true, just temporarily suspending disbelief to be like, if it were true that humans once had a relationship with the Creator, and then it goes into this next bit. And the hard thing about making comics about this kind of subject matter is to try to make them not sort of come across as like chick tracts, because this isn't even to knock chick tracts, although I'm not personally a fan. I think they might do more harm than good sometimes. But it's just like they're also just not like really compelling stories, like because they're very quick and sort of like it's almost like the street preacher just yelling at people like, you're all going to hell. And I feel like it's just better to just make a good story and then like let the story speak. And if the story, like, I guess my point is like, I don't think I don't know, I personally don't want to tell anything except just like truth of like my own story, and hopefully tell a compelling story that's like structured well and stuff like that, and happens to talk about my faith in a true and honest way. And then I think that'll speak for itself, so but who knows. Okay, so here we go. So this is going to say Creator who gave them okay. So this is just kind of a pathway thing. So I'm trying to remember what I was going to do with this. So he was okay. See, this is a really good point. I will say there's like story wise, I'm not into Jack Chick, although I kind of am in a strange like other way where it's like even on a story level, they're so kind of absurd and heavy handed that like I would almost want to collect them just as like they're just these weird like it's almost like a curio shop kind of fascination where you're like, wow, like this is just a string. It's uh for me it would be like similar to like Steve Ditko's later work, um where some of like Steve Ditko like later on in life when he became kind of a curmudgeon, he started doing these like comics of I think called like The Question, and they're very heavy-handed like just like even even if you politically were like totally in agreement with him, you'd still probably be like, whoa dude, like the whole comic is just like, here's libertarian ideals. One, it's this. Two, it's like a propaganda pamphlet, which is okay. Like people can do that, but it's just like it is so heavy-handed and kind of strange and absurd and over the top that there's something fascinating about that. But at the same time, Adam, Jack Chick, you're right. Like as much as the stories in those like kind of freak me out a little bit, and just I think they're like, especially at the time when like in certain areas, like at least the area I grew up in, like people would just pass those out. Like we'd play punk shows and or like local rock shows or whatever, depending on the band I was in, and mostly it was this band called the Kung Fu's, and we played like indie rock and like some punk rock as well, and like we would finish a show and then people would just be like shoving Chick tracks in people's faces, and it had a real, I don't know, it didn't seem to have an effect on people. Maybe it did, but it didn't seem to have the intended effect. But it is fascinating, like, and you're right about the style. um Even the style of the tracks, like it's not badly drawn. It's kind of like got this weird quirky style. um and I gotta look at his like really early ones though that you're talking about, Adam. I'm kind of curious. That would be really fascinating. Okay, so that's me talking about Chick tracks. So now I'm going to get into this business of mapping it out. So this is talking about creator, and then it's going to be, the problem is, okay, so my objective here, and this is the weird thing about why these can kind of take me a while sometimes, like just coming up with layouts and roughs, because I really want to think it out. Like, so the reading pattern I want this to have is like, pretty standard comic reading pattern, like a Z, um, because that's a pretty natural reading pattern. It's kind of, it's cliche. It's not like, and not cliche for a bad reason. It's just like that's a pretty standard comic panel where your eye visually wants to kind of make a Z, to follow a page like visually, or even a visual composition. Like it's not a bad compositional like flow. And then I'm working with a 9-panel grid, so I have that in mind. Although I've clearly broken out of the grid, I'm still kind of using that as a framework. So my trap that I intentionally set for myself here was that humans once, and then boom, the type is going here. So somehow I have to lead from here to here. So, and I kind of wanted something with this. But I need the type to be here to kind of work that out. So I'm wondering if, like, there's a couple solutions. One is I could go the easy route and have the have this go, but I don't think that's a good idea, because I could just move the type back to like a normal, spot. I could also flow more type into there, but I like how it's reading so far. Sometimes though, like the nice thing about roughs is it's rough, so you can mess around with it. Okay, well, let's start playing because it is just a rough. Who gave them identity? Ooh. Okay. How could I go from, because I like the tree, that's going to be useful for in a little bit. Maybe it could be like roots for identity. Would that be too corny? If it was like you have kind of we have some roots kind of growing down from the tree, and then it's like, no, because then it's not going to read like a brainstem tree thing. Okay. I need to keep the brainstem tree as is. I need to. Got it. Okay. So I think in order to make this work, I'm going to move this up here. Make sure there's, okay, cool. I have this on a separate layer too. So the nice thing about working digitally too is that you can kind of scribble all over your drawing, like almost, and not kind of mess it up. So, okay. So I think I have a rough idea now. Because I do know where I want this to lead, but I just need to do it in a way that kind of works. Okay. So maybe we do. Okay. So first I need to make a tree. Okay. We're just going to do like a real quick cheat that I like to do when it comes to like for instance, this brain, I wanted to be proportionate to the skull. So what I did was just literally draw out the brain over it. Like, okay, there's my rough size of the skull. And then kind of worked from there, pulled that over here, and then drew those zip lines. That way it's like proportionate to it without it being like too much of a headache. And then I did the same thing with the brain stem where I, drew like, I was like, okay. And with the brain, like I wanted it to be a little more proportionate and real, but with the brain stem, I'm like, I think if you just see a bunch of like spiderwebby things on a kind of strange tree trunk, like it will get the sense of a brain stem. So now what I need to do is okay, this is a long way to go for just one panel. But my goal is to try to finish this page. But I do think like one thing I like about Two Stories Book One, is I think anyone who reads it is not going to like the art. I'm confident in and I like, but it's not perfect, and I'm no like master artist. Like I'm definitely competent. I'm an okay cartoonist. But it's like there's areas that, I'm sure there's like a lot of panels where you're like, that hand's a little off or something like that. But the one thing I will say about my comic that I don't think I've heard from anyone is like the layouts further the storyline, and do things that are unexpected sometimes. And there's a lot of variety to it. So that's something I like try to do without making it like chaos. And making it like flowable, but that can take some thinking time. So I'm totally rambling, guys. Are you guys bored? I hope your projects are coming along cool too. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna basically, I think I'm just gonna just be bold. At a really, I've told this story before, but there's a guy who teaches life painting at CSULB, and he's like, it's funny. I think most students after having had him, like at Cal State Long Beach, are just like, holy crap, like that guy taught me color. He taught me form, like all sorts of stuff. Oh, here we go. And we're being joined by a magical special guest. It's
me.
Slept in like probably more time than I haven't. How you doing, man?
Good. How's it going?
It's Corey Kerr, by the way. I was just oh, that's it. Okay, that was it. It was just a drive by. That would have been funny.
I pressed the space bar, meaning to move my artboard around, it also shuts that down for some reason.
That would have been a funny live hang though on a live stream. I kind of think that might be funny. Just kind of make a habit of that. Just be like, I'm out.
I just wanted to let you know I exist and I'm gone. Bye.
You're like, hi, bye. So how's it going, Corey?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm all right, man. Like it's a weird thing because, I really feel bad saying anything negative about the side effects from the second shot because like they're rare. They don't happen to everyone. I have heard it's really dependent on age. Actually, like the younger you are, like the more likely you are to experience side effects. And I think that has something to do with like, I read about it, but it's like they think it's, I guess that happens with most vaccines, maybe not to this extent because it's literally training your body to like fight like this crazy pandemic disease that's pretty bad. But
so the younger you are, the more likely you are to have side effects.
Yeah, and I think that they were saying like, so the first shot, the reason it's not as bad for people on the first shot is that it's introducing your body. Oh, dude, Chris is here. Dude, Chris. I'm gonna coax you all and staying up for like 10 hours, you guys.
Has Chris had his baby yet? I can't remember when that was happening.
I don't believe so. I'm a really bad friend if that has already happened. I'm
very bad at
so.
Like understanding dates and times.
I especially like today was a rough day, so I'm gonna just say if you wanna party with us, join. And then,
I like how he can hear you dictating that typed message.
I know. Like, what's the point of typing a message?
Just sending the link.
But yeah. So anyhow, like, so yeah, it's a weird thing where it's like the first shot's to introduce your body to the thing, right?
Yeah.
The second shot is to nice. He said, "Congrats, Corey, you beat me."
Yes, I didn't intend to.
Dude, she's gorgeous, man.
Yeah,
just a cool, like, adorable, healthy baby you got there.
She does not like me.
Well,
she is a mama's girl for
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Just wait till she starts laughing. She'll like you better.
I mean, at this age, I don't do much for her. I'm the guy that like changes the diaper. So she's like, I'm cold. Why am I cold every time I see you? You take my pants off. It's freezing in here. And then Malia's like, feeds her and anyway. Like, dude, I cuddle her and she's like just laying her head on a rib cage, Like Malia cuddles her and she's got like these nice soft boob pillows that also feed her. Mm-hmm. I'm like, yeah, I got very little for you at this.
It's hard to compete with like the literal source of life for them.
Right.
It's like that's a tough one to compete with because it's like it's like they're, especially at that point, it's like they're literally next to a body that is all of their resources, and then this weird person who like does stuff to their like to wipe their butt and stuff and keep them clean.
Well, and like they're kind of used to each other,
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Although the funny thing, I didn't know this, maybe you'll have to tell me if this is like unique to each kid. But I was just shocked. I remember when Ben was first born that like I spoke to him and he just went quiet. Like everyone else, he's just like, ah. And this is right when he was first born because he did a lot of crying still later on. But just the weird thing was like I realized like he had kind of overheard us talking for like the last like like they kind of know your voice like while they're in the, it's just weird to think.
Yeah, Scarlett liked me a lot. Ozzy does not really care that much about me or my voice or anything else.
Oh man.
But I don't know if I posted this online. I literally thought today was 2 days ago. And I was like talking to Malia and she's like, you realize it's Friday, right? And I'm like, nope, I thought it was Wednesday. So like, I don't know what is happening. Anyway, I bought a mini bike, like a 200cc motorcycle that's like a tiny little motorcycle. Anyway, so like Maddox and I have been like terrorizing the neighborhood. I got him a little Spider-Man helmet. We're like,
that's so rad.
It's pretty fun. And this is Chris will love this, but like because Scarlett never really cared that much about Star Wars. Maddox absolutely loves it. Is like obsessed with like Mandalorian and anything. He's got like little Lego minifigures of like the Mandos and everything. Anyway, so he calls all motorcycles speeder bikes.
Oh, dude, that is so rad that that's back. When I'm sure you did too, but it's like as a kid, I like vividly remember pretending my bike was a speeder bike.
Yeah, right.
And actually that led to some accidents sometimes because I'd like intentionally drive really close to a tree just to be like, it looks just like a speeder bike. And then if you like make a misturn, you're just like, oh,
tree. Hit the tree and explode.
And you're like, but it's cool because now I'm like a stormtrooper.
Yeah.
You're occasionally just like, scooting by a friend, just like putting a stick in their spokes. I'm just kidding.
Oh man.
The good old crazy murder Star Wars games.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's another thing. You missed the weird pivot that I made. Like I appreciate you being here, Corey, because I will ramp like when I talk and it's to chat. I will. Chris said, "Good," in the Emperor voice, which is great.
Good stuff.
Oh, dude, there's a new Clone Wars too that dropped on the 4th.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, it's the Bad Batch from the extra episodes that they added after Disney Plus picked up.
Yep.
Everything.
And they're like pumping it out. So
are you caught up on the Clone Wars cartoon?
I am slowly working my way through, and then I'm watching the Bad Batch as it happens. So yeah. I don't know if I'm going to just like kill myself with spoilers, but I kind of feel like the way the universe is telling like 50 different timelines of stories, I think I'll be okay for spoilers.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. I literally haven't even gotten to like the epic seasons that everyone like talks about. I think I'm on like 4 or something or 3.
Oh, you haven't gotten like Mandalore yet?
Wait, I did get to Mandalore. So maybe I'm further along. Because it was like Mandalore and there was like an assassination attempt on the Queen and
okay. So early Mandalore, not
later. Like although they did like find that little secret troop and stuff, but yeah, it's like the first few Mandalore episodes I've gotten through.
So you got like you've met Dark Watch and
yes,
yeah,
and been introduced to the dark saber, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay, but I'm trying to ask questions without spoiling anything. I don't know how to ask this question.
The hard part is I wish I had like a photographic memory with it, and I retain Oh man, I retain details so bad until I'm just like familiarized with them. I don't know what's with my brain in that sense, on plots, because there's some plots that I can just, you know. Oh, I did forget to mention though, like we had this crazy. So I'm glad to have you join, because when I go on tangents and it's just the chats, Adam brought up like the idea of like Tolkien, um, like the Tolkien problem, which I've talked about and stuff, because he's working on like this whole epic fantasy thing, and then somehow I talked about that and got sidetracked to talking about William Shatner and the Beat Poets.
Okay.
I have no idea like how that happened, and I realized I was so off track. I had lost the rails entirely, and I was like, one thing I really like enjoy conversing with you is we'll go off the rails, but we also remember the rails, or we'll just kind of gladly forget the rails and sort of coast into a new thing. So anyhow, I just thought that was a fascinating thing. Oh yeah. So Maddox and this crazy bike adventure that he's going on.
Yep.
Was there more? I feel like I misdirected you from that. Speaking of weird, off the.
No, I just he's begging it, like my mom, right? Who's staying with us, helping out with the baby and everything. She's like in her mid-60s, and he's like begging her all day while I'm at work, like, take me out on the speeder bike, grandma, speeder bike, and she's like, I don't know. So anyway, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable. Anyway, so she rode it around today, which is fun. That was fun to see. But she's like, after riding it, she's like, yeah, that was fine. I'm never taking Maddox on that with me. I'm like, yeah, that's probably a good call. But anyway, we were riding around, and full on ran out of gas. Because there's this, it's like, it is a Coleman bike, like the brand that makes like camping gear. Like,
okay.
Make, like, tents and lanterns, and they make this weird motorcycle. It is a lawnmower with two giant inflatable wheels. Like, it's got a pull start, it's got a choke, it's got a gas on and off, and a throttle, and one brake. Uh-huh. Those are 100% of the controls. Like, there's no gas gauge, there's no speedometer, there's no.
Is that a 2-speed? Like, what is that? What would that be called?
Two-stroke.
A two-stroke, I guess. Is that what that would be called? Or
yeah, I don't have to mix the fuel with anything though.
Is that what a two-stroke does? I don't know anything about motorcycles. I'm the guy who, like, at a biker bar, I run the risk of getting murdered.
You'd like knock all the bikes over accidentally.
Yeah, I mean, I'm that guy.
That does in all the movies.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely that guy. But I wouldn't do it all cool, like, just like kick it and be like, "What?" I'd be like the guy who's just like, "I'm good."
No, that's what that guy always does in the movies.
Yeah,
he's never cool about it. He's always like, "Holy crap, I'm about to get chased."
They did a funny turn on that in what was that? Oh my gosh. Onward, the cartoon. They did like
because it was all the fairies.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I mean, that was a good riff on it. It was just very, very funny.
Yeah, that was a good show.
But yeah, I actually was impressed by it. I thought it was nice.
Yeah. So anyway, I had to watch.
Is that enough of a transition, Corey? You do weird abstract problems that you set up for yourself too. I've got one right now.
Your gigantic logo is covering everything, so I can't.
Oh, dude, I keep forgetting on the two stream. We go back to just the old school. I'm gonna do that. Boom. Wait, no, just the ticker.
So what are you?
So like right here. Oh, here, I also realize it's just a layout. So I'll show you the full thing so far. So I did this weird thing where it's like, zooming in on his head, and then it's like the brain blowing out of the head, and then the brain stem, but it's like a tree with an apple. And it kind of relates to all the type.
Oh, is that supposed to be like the brainstem, like the thalamus, hypothalamus?
Yeah.
That types.
But not being super accurate to it because it's also supposed to look like a tree. So
yeah, I wonder if the vertical lines are kind of being lost in translation for me.
Yeah, which ones?
Because it wouldn't. Well, let me ask this. Hold on. Let me screenshot this for a second. You're just like one of my students. I say, hold on, let me screenshot that, and then you zoom in on it.
Because what I'm trying to figure out is so I've created a problem in the sense where it says that humans once had a relationship with a creator. I tilted the type, which is cool, but I'm trying to lead to a Z pattern like that, right?
Right, yeah.
So the type has to go here. And I also need to somehow keep this apple tree, but I wanted to have it kind of maybe evolve. And I'm wondering more to a tree.
Are you?
But I'm wondering if that's enough of a move.
Are you thumbnailing this, or is this like set in stone? Or you're like moving?
Oh, it's all thumbs. Right? It's all thumbs, dude.
Okay. So let me. What if you did? So let's see. So we got this page here, and here's your skull. This is the worst skull I've ever drawn, right? And then there's you in this box.
I'm the man in the box. Sorry, got all 90s for a second there.
So, and you want to do. So what if instead of, because what you're doing right now is you're doing like a hard turn. You're going straight, and then you're going straight down. But you can't even see. Sorry, you're going straight, and then you're going straight down, and then are you wanting to circle back?
So my pattern right now is like this.
I can't see.
And now we have to just keep switching full screen. Okay, I'll put it.
I'm just gonna go full screen on mine so I can sketch. There we go.
Hold on a sec.
Okay, so your pattern's what?
Okay, so this is not really my. Okay, there we go. Boom. Okay, that's a little more visible. So what I'm trying to do is, and honestly, if you don't like, it's just kind of spitballing. So no. But yeah, so what I'm trying to do is it's going to lead this way visually. It's going to go like that. And then I need to get it here. But narratively, another thing I kind of want to do to sort of guide it here is like, I could either do like a crazy Chris Ware thing, which I haven't done yet in the book, and it might be kind of interesting to actually just have the type go upside down and make the person have to turn the book upside down.
Yeah.
Which might be kind of fun, just to like have a weird rotational layout page, and actually might fit the type. But anyhow, yeah, that's actually I don't know. That's a possibility. So
what I'm saying. So put me back on.
Oh yeah. I mean, I also think that could come across as like too gimmicky, even though I get kind of crazy with my paneling. That might be too far.
So what if instead, because what I'm saying is you're going very rigidly like this, and then you're turning a corner, and you're running into a problem because you've just done like X value and then Y value with a 90-degree turn. Instead of doing that, could you flow a little bit more? And what I'm saying is start bigger and then almost have like a swoosh. So what I would do is I'd have like, you'd have your square, right?
Mhm.
but then your skull doesn't equal the height of that. Like it's like a little bit like this, and
Hmm.
then the brain is a little bit smaller, and then the brain stem is a little bit smaller, and then the tree is a little bit smaller. So you're almost getting like a, you know,
Ooh.
almost like a curve, because that curve can take you around. You know, you've got, well, I can't remember what it looks like, but I think you had some text up here, and then you had your type like vertically. If you type through down like this, you know, around,
Oh.
then it might make more sense to kind of like have some type come back when you come back into whatever's happening down at the bottom. So instead of
Oh.
a Z, you're looking at more like a number 2.
Huh.
Because the reason I mentioned that is like you have the guy,
Uh-huh.
right? And then you have the guy's skull. So you're already going smaller in concept.
Yeah.
And then inside of the skull, the part of the skull that you're going into is the brain. And then inside of the brain, the part of the brain that you're going into is the midbrain. So
Uh-huh.
you're already conceptually stepping down in size.
Yeah, I actually kind of dig that. Interesting. Okay. Let me kind of play with that because that might actually open up some space and some thought and ability. Okay, I'm gonna do. I got it. I got it. Okay.
But I also like I like turning the book thing as well.
I do too. I think it might be out of place in this book, but then again, this book's done a lot of experimental stuff. So that's the
I don't think it
that's
is.
the
Add a melting face, and it'll feel like it's in place.
yeah, that's true. I've done a bunch of melting faces. They're fun to draw.
No,
Um,
they're awesome.
and I think they kind of work. I don't know. That's weird. I try to do pretty thoughtful layouts, but it's hard to. It's kind of a hard dance to do when you're also trying to kind of hold to a grid a little bit.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like that might be something. Let me see. Okay. Okay, I do like either way, you've opened up a whole world of thought because this was sort of a last minute thing here that I thought would just be so cool.
Yeah.
To flow the type here. Because another solution would be just have it here. Just have the type here, but that would just seem weird to have this, I don't know. I think you need to have the type and the imagery kind of flow together.
So
Okay.
what's happening with the tree?
Oh, so I mean, I need different steps of evolution kind of working through here. But I do think I like your idea of scaling it down because that will actually give me more space with okay. That'll give me a little more space with what I can do here. So I'm going to make a copy of this just to make sure I don't botch it. Don't know why these are just thumbnails, but I already like it better. I just was like enjoying drawing a skull so much that I was just getting lost in which is like one of those things I would tell students. It's funny too. I don't know if students realize this. A lot of things we tell students, we relearn all the time. So it's like you get better at catching it, but not all that. I don't know.
I was just talking to a student today about toxic perfectionism. She's like, "Oh man," I said, "I can tell by the weight of the line in your sketches that you're not sketching."
Yep.
She's like, "No, I am sketching. Look," and I'm like, "No, those aren't sketches. Those are drawings. Like you're not ideating. You're like you're like noodling and freaking out about whether it looks good or not. That's not ideation sketching."
Mm-hmm.
So I was talking to her, and she's like, "Oh wow," and I'm like, "You have to understand. The reason I understand this is because I do the same thing. Like everybody does that. Like you're not some freak that's like abnormal.
Yeah.
It's just what happens."
Yeah, and like this in itself would not be a way I'd recommend a lot of cartoonists work, especially if they're on their first book, because I am trying to overlap a process. I'm pinching two processes at once.
Wait,
Um,
I just realized this is 2 stories. Does that mean you wrapped your pitch?
yeah. So my
That's
part
cool,
on
man.
it's done. I think there's a little bit of revising to do for the my brain is like also having like weird. Oh, I never finished that thought. So part of why I'm having these brain spacing moments more than usual, which is weird because I usually get those anyway, um, is the downside of like having, so not to complain about a vaccine because not a big deal, like whatever, I'll take a couple days of fever. Downside is, other than just like it sucked for a little bit, it's like now I'm like, I've been having this like crazy insomnia because I slept so much during the fever time, in a fever dream kind of sleep, so you're out, like you're tossing and turning and you might even wake up, but you're just like out. And then Chris was saying, I'm drawing a skull now too. It's in the air. Yeah, that's true. We should all draw skulls, Corey. You got to work a skull in there.
I can probably work. I'm doing an airship. I bet I could
Yeah.
skull on here somewhere.
Yeah. So the downside of that is like I like the last few nights, like even if I just try to take like a little power nap, it's just like the second I lay down, I'm still exhausted and I just like wide awake. So I had that for about an hour and then was like, nope, live streaming. I told Corey I was going to do it tonight anyway. I was going to take a little power nap, but I was like, nah, it's starting a little earlier than I thought, which shows you how insanely weird the times that I do these are. Although I love that there's fellow night owls that are there with us.
There are other weirdos that have weird schedules.
By the way, talk about pro dad move. Because I'm like, my first kid, I like this early on, I don't even know if I would have been able to touch a sketchbook at the time,
Did mine nurse?
What's up?
Did Ben nurse or was he bottle?
Nurse for a very brief period, and then we did bottle.
Because I was way more tired with Scarlett because she didn't nurse. And there's just not as much I can help with at night because you know what I mean? Like I can't do anything.
Yeah, that actually, it's funny. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I want to, but I mean, I am physically useless. So just I can't do anything. So
I think that's awesome though, that you're like, my point is, I think it's got to be a mix of that and also like you've kind of done this like, so you're probably a little less freaked out about everything, I would guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm definitely not freaked out about anything, but
because my man, Ben, I feel like I don't know, for me I was very worried quite a lot of that process.
Oh yeah, like when they're sleeping in your room for the first couple weeks or whatever.
Yeah,
and you're just like, and snort. Yeah. You're like, they're drowning, they're dead, they're gonna, and then you realize that people just make noise in their sleep.
Yeah,
you're still in this hyper awareness or whatever. Yeah, I'm not getting that this time around. I don't know if she's just a quieter sleeper or.
That's true. You guys did kind of experience the ultimate non-sleeping behavior, like the colic stuff. So
yeah, so that was awful.
Oh
my gosh. Maddox was he was great as a baby. As a almost 3-year-old, he is a holy terror.
Yeah, he's pretty. I remember when he was like doing the climbing out of the crib thing, like a pro, and I was like, how, like
before
that early?
Before
I know,
walk
that early, and he just like pummel it. Like he didn't even care. He's just like, I'm out. I don't care how I'm getting out. It's gonna happen. And I was like, I don't know how you guys do it.
like physically, he is intense.
Yeah. He's a little athlete, dude. He's gonna be.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. But I don't know. He's funny. I mean, I only have one boy, but yeah, so far, even within the first few days, girls and boys are fairly different.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always like, exceptions to those things, but it is interesting because like Ben, like I'm not a car guy. I played with Hot Wheels and stuff as a kid, but we didn't like buy him Hot Wheels or anything. Like we didn't have those like preloaded here. It's just like we'd go to the store and he'd just instantly be like car. Like he had this car obsession for like 2 years, like the movie Cars, like anything we would show him, but the movie Cars, he was just like, and I was like, how is that? And like my niece basically, like she would just instantly I always get the names wrong. His niece is my sister's kid would be my niece, right? If it's a girl. Okay. Yep. Thank you. But yeah, so like she would like walk through a toy store and without any prompting just be like unicorns, and like my sister kind of hates unicorns, like, and yet like just instantly she's just like, that's my toy, that's the show. It's a weird thing that like there is like this weird wiring, which actually makes me empathetic, because if somebody's like born with that wiring off, like where like
if you just like different things or whatever,
or like your brain is just wired different, like
yeah, right.
I empathize like how much that would suck, like, so.
And there's like weird societal gender bias, like
yeah,
science toys are always for guys. It's like,
for sure. There's a lot of gender like norms in that sense that I totally don't ascribe to. Like I've never been like a like sports are a perfect example. Like I enjoyed playing basketball and not very long, but I did enjoy it. But I wasn't like obsessed with it growing up. I wasn't like all like one day I'll go to I did go to Dodger game and enjoy it, but I wasn't there. There's just like sports I never had like that aha moment with sports where it was like, yes, that's what I want to do. Like, and it's interesting, but it's like that is like at least our generation, that was just such a like weird thing where it's like you have to like this thing. I feel so bad leaving that white space. Is that a bad? I'm building bad habits from clients. Get cozy with the white space.
I would still curve. I'd curve the speed lines coming out of the skull too.
Yeah, that's
I think
not a
it'll
bad
help
idea.
the energy of that flow.
Oh, just kind of. It's already
just a little hint at that first little curve.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll it'll help that momentum. And maybe yeah, exactly.
I think you're right. Okay. Still going to need a lot more in the transition. Okay, that works though. That opens up the space. That allows for more possibility. I don't know if I want to get all curvy with the type though. I don't well, I can. I don't tend to like super curvy, crazy type though. Like for
I only briefly read the type. What's happening? You're reading a book that's kind of blowing your mind about
so it's about temporarily pretending. And then I just went on this like visual riff from it that makes sense in my head, and I think it will make sense when I work it out. It's sort of one of those things I do in this book where I'll go on these weird visual riffs that initially kind of aren't like the first choice you'd make. Like,
would like a rhythm of text that kind of flows in and around the different objects with that?
I think I got an idea. I'm gonna try a
All
couple things, but I think I gotta start on that. I do like this tilt a lot better. Just a slight tilt helped. So I have a couple things. Okay, a couple things I can do. I'm gonna kind of work out that sequence though, but I do want to know. Okay, and I am being a little precious with these, but whatever. All right.
You're allowed.
So we're gonna kind of have this blowing out, except it needs to be in alignment with the skull because I do want it to kind of almost look like it's blowing out of the head. Weird stuff we draw, man.
I know, right? Are you gonna have like skull fragments and stuff? You keep talking about like as if it's leaving the skull. Is the skull? Are you gonna have like the skull like bursting open?
No, because I like it. It's more of just like a kind of almost just like a metaphorical thing. I don't want it to be like ultra violent.
Right, but I mean, you have that silhouette of the guy's face, right?
Uh-huh.
You could show some breakaway lines in the silhouette.
Yeah.
This is where everybody always thinks I'm really weird, but I always tend to get very odd with stuff like that.
No. I mean, I even thought about like showing maybe like some kind of like cranial, just details.
Yeah.
That's a thought.
Garbage.
I gotta think about it. But yeah, this page is gonna take some play, but I think it's worth it, And this could be like a visual tangent that ends up being a failure, which is fine, actually. That's something I think more people need to get comfortable with, especially with personal work, where it's like
screwing stuff up.
When you're doing your own art, you're freer to fail. Like that's actually one of my favorite things. So my buddy Rick wants to do another Art Casters doing art theory, and we need to have you on that one.
Oh, I'd love to, dude. I love talking to that guy. He was awesome.
Yeah, he's a good dude. But theory will be interesting. And but one of the things he said on that I thought was really cool was the idea that like that is kind of one of the things art school's for, is like it literally is one of the few environments where you can fail and it can be safe to fail. Like,
yeah. Right.
Yeah.
You don't lose your income.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can still, theoretically pay rent.
Yeah. And even by fail, I'm not necessarily saying like you can comfortably get an F or whatever, but it is one of those things of like, you can try weird stuff in art that just completely bombs and find what works and also learn from those mistakes. If you try to do that on the job, most people are going to not deal with that, which I think is interesting. For insomnia, play the Headspace Guide to Sleep on Netflix. We worked on some of that key art. Nice. Chris is like the Netflix boss, dude. He's working on all the Netflix. Did you work on the art for the presentations and stuff, or like in the actual thing? That sounds fun, actually.
Too much time has passed from when I sketched this to when I'm inking it, and I'm almost certain I had a geometric concept in my mind of how this ship worked, and now I have no idea what I was thinking. I don't know how these pieces attach to each other. Just shoot.
I'm liking this. I need to lower. Okay, this is starting to piece together a little bit. I need to lower. That was great advice. Thank you, Corey.
Yes, I have good advice for other people's projects. When it comes to my own, I have no idea how the ship is built.
You play and you ask for advice too. So I mean, it's the way it goes, Sometimes hearing advice is helpful to like realize exactly where you don't need to go, and sometimes it's helpful for knowing exactly where you should go. And sometimes it'll just, it's like a spitball session in, I mean, you know, like, I mean, you teach your students about that all the time. It's like that creative space where there's like a spaghetti at the wall moment where something like happens, and it's kind of like, in order for that to happen, you need like a space where you can be like, I don't know, is this crazy? And a lot of little improv of yes and like,
yeah.
I want to, and not in an LA improv class way, because
we haven't talked in a while.
Yeah.
Let's call it that. Like right now, I think anytime we cover something on the Indie Review Show, it seems to have the potential to get picked up by Amazon or Netflix to be made into a TV show. Because Lady Killers they just announced it.
So Chris, you're working with a lot of Netflix stuff. Talk to Netflix for us. They owe some royalties, man. Just be like, you guys owe the Indie Review Show so hard. They're going to come at you with their team of non-lawyer. Wait, what'd you say? I just said, be careful.
Oh, man. Yeah, but Lady Killer, man, I'm excited.
That is really cool. That's going to be different visually. Oh, dude. Yeah. Are you still pleased with Invincible?
Yeah, should we give a spoiler warning?
Yes, spoiler warning. If you guys haven't seen Invincible and don't like spoilers, I always want to say and don't like spoilers, because if you don't really care about spoilers.
But I will say this. Go watch Invincible on Amazon Prime, but also go read the comic, because they're both so good.
And I'm totally gonna do that error that I did with a couple things. Like Harry Potter, I'd read the first book like before it was trendy in a creative writing class, like at a junior college, when I was working on like just getting my like early courses done, like all the GE stuff.
Right.
And I took like a creative writing class for like one of my electives, and I was just like having to like, he had us read like this book from England that was like blowing up in England, and it was so cool. It was so cool for a children's book. And I remember just being blown away by that. And then I was the dork until I met my wife when we were first dating, who hadn't read like any of the books, because I was like, I just want to be surprised by the movies. And I think it was like four movies in or something. And finally she convinced me. And then I just ended up like blowing through those books and like, you know, and then eagerly anticipating. But I held off for like almost, I think it was almost a year that I held off. And then I was finally like, okay, I just need to read the books.
Okay, wait. Are you telling that story because you're not going to read the comics?
I'm really tempted. There's two ways you can go about it when you're in a scenario like this. One is you read the books and then you have that fun moment of like the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones.
Where like everybody's surprised.
Where everyone's surprised. Like I watched that. Unfortunately, I didn't know about the additions they were going to throw in, because it's like pretty much like a giant murder scene.
I mean, I've never seen the show. I've read the books.
Yeah. So
I just remember on Twitter everybody being like, "Holy crap! I didn't expect that." I'm like, it's like one of the biggest twists in the book.
Yeah, but it was funny to see the reactions of just utter horror. Although they still managed to throw some stuff in that was just like, and it still is disturbing. But it's when you know it's coming, you're just like, oh, like, and but you can go that route and get the joy out of that and seeing like what they change and stuff like that. But you can also go the route of just being like pleasantly surprised. And so far, I feel like I kind of want to just watch it.
Dude, you gotta read the comics.
Surprised.
They're so good.
I know, that's true.
And they are speeding. I mean, I love the show, but they sped past stuff like so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much more that's going on that's really well done. Once you get past like the first 2 or 3 issues that are kind of boring.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the Invincible, the show. Let's talk about it. You were pretty much right in what you thought of Nolan.
Yeah, I just I was super impressed by the last episode.
Yeah.
Because I had a suspicion it was mainly his planet. Just there was something about the way they presented it that left it was subtly changed from like the Superman Krypton. Where I'm like, okay, Krypton's not gone. There's a reason for that. Because it's a mirror of that, kind of character.
Right.
And then this is a show that kind of turns a lot of expectations on their head, but is playing with the tropes of the medium. And I was like, okay, he's an alien. He's on Earth. Why do aliens in comics usually come to Earth? And then I was like, but where it really clicked for me, there were a few things he said, and then the thing that really clicked for me was when that first scene where he just like annihilates an entire planet. Is like, the Earth isn't yours to take over or whatever.
Yeah, the Earth isn't yours to conquer.
Yeah, and I was like, well, whose is it to conquer?
Right.
So,
but I was glad even before that happened, because that was the Flaxans, right?
Yeah.
Even before that happened, you suspected.
Yeah, there were a few things, but that just like sealed it.
Yeah.
But I still was like, I could be wrong.
Well, I just finished reading volume 7 of the. So I'm 7 years into the comic now. On my reread, and it gets so much better, and there's so many twists and turns. And anyway, but yeah. So like, here's an experience that I had. I almost wish that I didn't start rereading the comics until the show was completely done. Even though I think you should read the comics. And that's because like I started to forget, like the show is so well done and it's not 100% accurate to the comic. Like they change things quite a bit, not quite a bit, but a little bit. But then it's so like the comic that I started having to ask my wife, like, do we know, like, did Tech Jacket show up? And she's like, I don't know who that is. I'm like, oh, okay. Or did is that guy, did this happen? She's like, nope.
The nice thing is I forget names all the time. So you could be like, did that guy show up? And I'd be like, I don't know, the guy with the eyes. And you're like, what do you mean by eyes? And I'm like, I don't know. It's like,
Yeah. So Al and the alien, right?
Al the alien's great. He's the one-eyed alien, right?
Yeah, the one-eyed guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even in the comics, like Cecil Stedman.
I really enjoyed that turn a lot. His return and the fact that he was just almost like a strange friend that he could talk to about his experiences and feel like, bigger picture. Like, but that was the subway sequence in that is,
oh man, that was brutal.
One of the most brutal things I have ever seen, and was just so like, this is the weird thing. For non-artists, it sounds terrible because it's just like a sequence of gore and horror.
Right.
But there is a beauty to the way that sequence was animated and directed. It's disgusting, but there's like an art to it, and it's so fluidly animated. That whole scenario, like that whole sequence with the building and all of that, I just thought that was,
I gotta do this right.
To me, that was like the standout of that episode.
Yeah, the subway scene was nuts. I've got to go watch that episode again.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind rewatching.
It's interesting because in the comic, when Omni-Man is like trying to convince Invincible, that the Viltrum way of doing things is good and whatever, and then he realizes that Invincible isn't going to do it, and In the comic, it's an immediate turn to just like, well, now I'm going to murder you. Whereas in the show, he's beating the crap out of him as a way to try to get him to like see the futility of it. And he's still having this conversation. In the comic, it's so there's no subway scene or anything, because like Nolan at the time is just saying like, look, these are like ants. Like I just stepped on a bunch of ants, like look at, I mean, it's nothing. Why do you care about, their lives are so short and they care about stuff that doesn't matter. And like, like it's nothing. This is nothing. It doesn't matter, They kind of allude to that a little bit in the comic, but I felt like that was much more well done in the show than it was in the comic. And I liked how they did it in the comic, but it was interesting to see.
Yeah,
the attempt to turn him.
Yeah, from a story perspective, it's a little more empathetic of his character. Another thing that really stuck out to me that was just, it kind of made sense if he's like an alien, his like when he was kind of saying like, well, she was kind of like a pet.
Oh yeah, that's so hard.
Yep. It's hard to hear, but it like from a story perspective, if you're this invading species, it's just kind of makes sense. It's like, it sounds like they're, I don't know. So far, it seems like they're kind of modeled on Sparta, in a weird way.
Yeah, I can see that.
Just the way the civilization just is like born of, getting rid of the weak, and there's a bit of
in Sparta, they're like, the Council of Elders looks at every baby and decides whether to leave it outside for the wolves or to let the mom raise it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a Viltrum. That's kind of a Viltrum trait. I could see that. It blows my mind that there was a society of humans that was totally okay with that, and the moms were cool with it too. Like that to me is hard to believe, but it totally happened that way.
Yeah, and also just the conquering kind of culture too, where it was like, they sort of spread quite a lot.
It's interesting. It's a very imperialist mentality where they're like, well, we're better. It's just like they don't use the term savages, but they might as well. They're like, well, we're better, like we like look at all that we do for them. Like I've heard people make the argument that like, the Roman conquering of indigenous people was helpful to the indigenous people because now they're literate. I'm like, the ones that weren't slaughtered, but like that's a weird flex. So anyway, but yeah, it is an interesting parallel. Yeah, Viltrum is interesting. So they went through like, was there the real reveal of, because he told like the sanitized version of Viltrum in the beginning of the series, right?
Well, so he does talk about like a little bit. I mean, it definitely shows like a little bit of like how they just sort of purged like half their population,
right?
And it shows a little bit of that, and then the whole kind of plot and stuff for them to.
Do they get into like the societal rules, like if like murder is not a thing in Viltrum, like as a negative crime, you're actually, if you kill someone, they throw a party for you for thanking you for like eliminating another weak Viltrumite?
I don't really recall that part. So I'm wondering if they did, that didn't stick out, but it also was just full of so many like standout moments. That might've been why.
Yeah.
But I don't think they got into law or anything like that. I need to rewatch it actually.
Yeah, it's so good because I can't remember now. I can't remember if this is the comic or the show, but anyway, they're like, I can hear like J.K. Simmons' voice in my head now. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like what Chris is saying with the actors, and I'm like, am I just hearing Nolan's voice as J.K. Simmons when I'm reading the comic now, or am I recalling an actual memory of hearing him say the words in the show? But anyway, it is interesting because they go through and do like if you kill someone, there is no punishment, no recourse or whatever, because if that person was strong enough, then they shouldn't have been killed. And the fact that they were killed is proof in court that they were weak and should have been eliminated. And so you're actually thanked and rewarded for killing someone on that planet because, like they should have been dead because they were weak. Anyway, it's a funny.
That is a trip.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't think this through. No one's going to look at it. This is where, like people at DreamWorks and stuff, when they're doing like surfacing and stuff, they say, they're probably going to cover this in motion blur anyway. So I think this is going to be moving so quickly that no one's going to notice that the structure.
And then all the post-productions guys are like, oh.
I know. The structure of this doesn't make any sense. Here. It's okay.
All right.
We're going to just make it ornamental. I'm going to have a bunch of like rivets and I'm going to pull a life field. Everybody on this ship is going to have pouches for no reason. It's going to be great. Just going to add some shadow. There we go. Let's black that out.
Okay, I think I'm getting closer to like a rough idea. I'm not going to have boxes. That's just like a text placement idea. I mean, it still gets me to that conundrum, but it's fixable in a way that I think will work. I do kind of like the idea of it. I'll probably arc these lines too when I do the final, but let's see. I just don't like all of this. There's got to be something here. Okay. Am I liking this? It's more dynamic. Do I like this more than this? I think for readability, that will flow better. Yep. Cool. That helped. That was a good start. I'm going to get a refill of my coffee real quick, and then we'll do a to be continued if that's cool.
Yep.
I wonder what Chris is working on. He teased it a little bit by saying a skull.
He could be working on the next.
True.
The next series of Invincible, or the next season of Invincible, because
that's true.
There is a skull that plays a significant part in Emperor Thrag's quarters.
Interesting. Oh, it's going to be so fun. Yeah, it looks like it's so set up for like a fun romp, but also just like in a very Kirkman fashion, just full of like brutally deadly violence where any character can go at any point.
Oh yeah.
I think that's interesting. I do like that the stories have stakes. I will say there's a place for that kind of story. There's also a place for like stories that aren't necessarily like genre changing and just kind of I like all of it, if done well. Not all of it if done it only if it's done well, which is that
the show doesn't get into Angstrom Levy yet, right? Black Brainiac kind of villain who
the guy who turns into concrete or whatever.
No,
Okay.
He can teleport between dimensions.
Did they have the teleporting?
I don't think they did yet.
I don't think they did. Okay, I am starting to fade. So give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna get some coffee and
I'm going to use that opportunity to go foam roll my back.
So we will be shortly back. Hopefully Corey does not destroy his back in the process of foam rolling it. And
every artist needs a foam roller, man. That's my new mantra.
It does sound like a good jam to have, honestly. So
my mom said, I've been watching you do this for a week, and it honestly just looks really stupid. And I said, try it. And now she bought one.
Oh, nice.
She's like, holy cow, that's amazing. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to stop drawing, or I will just ruin my back and never foam roll it.
Okay. I'll be back shortly. All right. I do need to get this text blocked in so I can start making further progress. Let's see. Was true. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So this is going to say that humans had. Oh, come on. And then get rid of that little guide. And it's not a period, it's a once had a relationship. with I was gonna say, like, this is one of the things I love about working on thumbs is like um, a moment like that where I catch a redundancy. I'm like, well, had once had, that doesn't make sense. And then I look at my script and I'm like, I need to pay attention to my own script because I luckily did not write it that way. That humans once, this is one of the reasons I think it's really important to pre-script comics because man, you get in that visual zone and it's so easy to make just like crazy bad grammatical choices. Even when this is done, I might actually proof the. So there's a couple stages that I need to go through with this. Tight roughs, and I'm just mixing thumbs and tight roughs together, trying a new thing. This is, page 111. And then from there, it's like I'm gonna do type layout and all my panel borders and stuff in Adobe Illustrator initially. Then I'm gonna gather all my photo references and like do really tight pencils. Luckily, I've done a little bit of the gathering photo references during this process. So like, if I had to like draw an apartment or like the other day I was like drawing a like aerial view where I was kind of like looking at Google Maps and just sort of like for a location to get like this sort of the patchwork kind of view of an overhead. And all of that stuff I've been like collecting as I'm doing this. So that'll shorten that process significantly. But anyhow, point being, once I get to that type stage, though, I might just have it proofread at that point so that when I get to final, I don't like on Two Stories Book 1, there were like 2 or 3 little errors that kind of ended up in final pages. And I'd have to fix them digitally. And that kind of sucks because the originals still have like the one little misspell or like repeated line, like because it's just like a lot of the pages are executed when you're pretty tired. So there's a couple pages that have like repeated lines that shouldn't have been there and stuff like that. So inevitably a few of those things will end up there and it's an easy thing to fix. But my point is like to try to kind of minimize that even. So when it comes to just finals, I can just knock out page after page after page of like final inked, hand lettered, hand inked pages and stuff like that. But so that's why that stage, photos, pencils, and then digitally inking and all that fun stuff. So, or not digitally, traditionally inking. So, woohoo! So this is about a third of the work that I'm working on right here. And this page I'm taking time on comping, but it's worth it. Okay, so that humans once had what? Here's what it needs to do. It needs to line up with this. So I need to just had the right height level for the box. For a rough box, I also want it to step ladder down, but I don't want it to be here because I feel like that would be kind of weird and create that strange space. Okay. That humans once had a relationship with there. It is kind of crazy though to be like 111 of these in. So that's encouraging. Slow and steady, I feel, with these things is the way to do it. It's not A. Nope. Should be an A. You're totally right about the seeing the movie and it being impossible to imagine the characters not as the actors' faces. It's an interesting thing. Like I definitely have that, especially with Patton Oswalt. It's really hard for me to see him as anybody but him because of his comedy, and he like appears in everything. So it's like when you watch animations, sometimes it'll take me out of it, even though he's like one of the best voice actors, But and then also, I keep kind of hoping they'll do some kind of meta call out where just for like 2 seconds, you're gonna have like J. Jonah Jameson come in and just straight up be like, and that'll look better with more Spider-Man or something like that. I doubt they could pull that off. Maybe they could just say Spider Dude. I'm sure Spider Dude's already. Is there already a Spider Dude? There has to be. As a character, Spider Dude. I'm sure in the Spider-Verse there's one of them. But Spider Dude would be a pretty good version if it's not already copywritten. Okay. So here we go. So with a creator who gave them it's just so much space, but hedged in the corner, that would actually work. Okay, now I've got it. Actually, that actually works better. I keep saying actually. Invincible Spider-Man. He's a menace, I tell you. But to me, I feel like he's such a good Jameson. He's like the Jameson Gold of J. Jonah Jamesons. Like you don't do bottom shelf with him. He is the Jameson Gold of that. That's a terribly bad drinking joke there. Okay, once had a relationship with here it is.
Guess who's joining us?
Who is joining us?
We go full.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Where's the thing? Oh, here we go.
Now I feel like the stream has to get super quiet.
You want to say hi to everybody? Were you just screaming at me?
Oh
Say
my
hello.
goodness.
Say
Oh my
hello.
goodness.
Yeah. See,
Oh,
this is
a hard life.
perfect example of what I was talking about. She is super mad because
Yeah.
I'm the one that had to change her diaper. Mom's going to
Yeah.
get here in a minute. Hello. Hi.
Aw. She is such a cutie though, and really in true baby fashion, just like does not care what time it is. She's just like, it's oh my gosh. Yeah,
What?
she's just like, it is.
Okay, let's go like this. Let's go like this.
Yeah, it is hard. It is hard to keep that head up.
Yeah.
It is really hard. Yeah.
Okay, should we go back? I know you're hungry. I just wanted to show you off a little bit. She's not.
That is awesome.
She'll get to know me, and then she'll like me later. What? I don't. Sorry, you're looking for something that isn't there. Can't help you. You can root around
She
all you
is.
want.
Oh my goodness, those little hands. Oh, it kills me. Well, that was a brief guest appearance of the one of the most important people in the world in the future. Yeah. Ruth joined us on the cast. Very nice. And let's see here. So that's pretty badass, though, honestly. So, okay. So, had a relationship, that's going to be the stopping point. I just feel like concerned about the type flow, but I think it's going to work. And I do think that the layout is more dynamic. And this page was like, in general, I'm trying to kind of stick around a grid, but this page does have a like pretty good flow. If this one didn't have to go back, yeah, Chris, she is, right? She's super adorable. What a cool little human being. And what's cool is it's like it is cool. It's an amazing thing that age. And I know it's like a cliche. People are like, enjoy it, absorb it while you can, but you do, like, especially as a parent who's been there, it's like you miss it a little bit. Like I definitely am like, it was pretty cool when Ben was like that tiny. Like there is something really neat about that sort of bond. They're very dependent on you. And also just kind of cool and quirky and hungry and like eager to like grow up and like get out in the world. Like they're really it's kind of neat, and they have their own little personalities. It's crazy. Okay, once had a relation. That's the tack. Okay, I can't believe it took me that long to work out. Who? Because I didn't want the type to be all curvy. I just don't feel like that's gonna fit. And this will keep a little bit of the page vibe, because I don't have type diverge in that way very often. I feel like that might be a little too much to have like wobbly lines, like kind of. Man, I write really long sentences too. So there's just a lot of dots, but that is okay. That is kind of my jam, guys. I like doing that. All right. So humans once had a relationship with a creator. And then I think okay. One quick idea here. Okay. Try this again. Okay. So now I'm kind of getting in the zone here. Actually, okay, so like today is a really fun example of like one of the things I love about parenthood. I got home, I had like a fairly like difficult day, as days go. And then like the second I got home, I was no longer in my like day job. I was in an epic battle. Well, first I was like, I saw like this paper bag, like my got like some fast food, and the fast food bag was like on the table, and my son was kind of just watching TV. So I was like, okay. And when he's like really into a show, he's like not really paying attention. And it's a weird thing. I don't know if Corey, if you get this compulsion, but occasionally I get this like compulsion to like kind of annoy my son, like, but to crack him up, you know? And so he's like really into his show. And so I kind of get the paper bag and I'm like, do you want this hat or should I have it? And he's like, what? It's the fast food bag. And he's like, well, whatever. And it doesn't quite catch his attention. So he's still kind of zoned in on the TV. So finally I come back with it on my head and I'm just like, okay, well, cool. I've got my hat. You know, it's good. I'm going to pick a marker. I'm going to customize my hat. And I'm like, I'm going to write on it like, I am a silly pants. Like that's, or a silly butt. And that's what I'm going to write on it. Because I think it's going to be my hat. And I'm pretty silly. So that's, and Ben's just instantly like, no, write this. And I'm like, well, I've got a marker. I'm going to write it. And suddenly I have his attention from the television instantly. And he's intrigued by this hat. So then we have this giant hat battle where we're fighting for the silly pants hat. And then we have like a silly competition. And we have to double down on like who can say the silliest thing, who can dance the silliest. And then we're in an epic lightsaber battle. And it's just like this straight up fight, you know, between good and evil. And then we're like pulling Pokemon out and throwing them at each other. And like this whole giant fantasy play thing that you just kind of like bad day, good day, it kind of disappears. And you get to have this like moment of fun and like play that you forget. Like, as an artist, you remember to play, but it's like you don't do a lot of play like that, where it's just like totally playing pretend with no objective, but just sheer fun without any. And you have to kind of make a conscious effort to like try to be present. And I often get really distracted with it, but I was just saying that to me is an example of like one of the things that's like a real highlight of like, parenting is like you get to play, you get to pretend, get to watch this whole process from like where Corey's at, you know, and on, you know, and that's. But I will say, man, funnily enough, I don't miss those days until I see a kid like my friends, you know, when they have a kid that age, and it does bring back it does make me want to do the whole cliche parent thing where I'm like, treasure those moments because you'll miss them. Because there is like a real sweetness to the vulnerability at that age where it's just like, like they're little beings and they just want to they want to get older and like survive and like rocket, and they're adorable and figuring stuff out and like seeing things for the first time, and that is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
I think one of the keys to creativity is childlike wonder.
yeah, that's hard to retain.
Yeah.
I have that about certain things. I get really fixated on things. Trying to think of like the most recent like weird rabbit hole I went down. You got any rabbit holes lately? I mean,
I'm in survival mode at this point. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm doing all kinds of strange things that don't make sense. Like, I bought that mini bike for one. I literally was like, you know how when you have the baby and there's a moment when you can do something,
Mm-hmm.
and you realize how rare it is that you're like able to do this thing.
Oh yeah.
Well, I was like, I could go kayaking right now. And so, but like the way I got it is I do river kayaking. And so I have to have two vehicles. Like I leave one vehicle at where we put into the river and one vehicle at the takeout. It's called point to point. So you have to have another adult. Like I can't just take Scarlett, So I sent out a text to so many different people and got shot down so many different times. Then instead of going kayaking, I was like, all right, I'm going to figure this out. So the reason that I bought the mini bike was so that I didn't need another person. So now I have this vehicle that I can throw in my trailer with my kayaks. And that sent me down a giant rabbit hole because it's one of those things that the internet is like, oh, I bet we could like mod this thing. So now I have this mini bike and I have watched so many YouTube videos about like modding it. It caps out at like 20 miles an hour if it's like downhill with the wind at your back. Like it's but it's a 200cc engine, which is decent. It's a decent size,
Yeah.
And so like, anyway, so that was the most recent rabbit hole I went down was I am going to like take the governor off of this thing. And like, I know how to go in and like hack the bike so that like it forces more air into the engine. And like it serves no purpose because all I need it to do is like off-road for like 5 miles at most, maybe more like 2 or 3 miles along the side of a river so I can leave it.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, now it's going to go really fast after I'm done. But that was my most recent rabbit hole is if anybody wants to know how to mod the Coleman BT200X, I have gone down the rabbit hole for you.
I just think that's funny that there's a bike made by the Lantern Company.
Right?
Jan just joined us. How's it going, Jan? How are you doing, man? How goes your comic for the anthology? Jan is Yanimal and has a really cool YouTube channel. And I always make the mistake of calling him a kid, even though I think he might be older than I am, which is terrible. I am so like, I think that happened to me around 30 and just beyond, way beyond 30. I'm not going to fool anybody by having them think I am 30 because that's just not going to be a mistake anyone makes. I'm past like getting carded for alcohol days, but I will say, like, I have so much trouble identifying the difference between like 40, 50, 60, like it all starts blurring. And it's a little strange to have that happen where it's like massive age gaps. Like, not that those are massive, but they're, when you're a kid, like that's monumental, like 10 years, but it's harder for me to distinguish and be like, oh, this is your age now. Cause I could, like, as an artist, I could analyze it, be like, okay, there's these clear signals and stuff like that. But it's, anyhow, I don't know. I always find that fascinating.
Yeah.
What was another weird one? Ben was talking about, it's funny, there's stuff he'll talk about that he's going over in like first grade. And I'm like, I forgot about that. That's pretty interesting. And so I'll look up stuff with him, like he was talking about, what was it? It's so funny. It's like basic questions where it's like, do fish breathe air? And it's like, I knew that. I'm like, yeah, they do through their gills, And then it was like, when they're coming up to the top of the water, though, is that to like fill the air, like to fill their lungs with air, like so they can breathe. And I was like, for a second, I made the kind of mediocre mistake of just being like, yeah. That's what they're coming up for. They're coming up for air. But, and why else? And I just forgot all about like that weird, I'm forgetting what the word is. I'm already forgetting it, but it's like this weird little tube that is in most fish where it's like they breathe in air to fill the sac that just helps them like float up or float down. So that's what they're doing when they go up, like for air. They're doing it to be lazy about swimming, because like they have like this little air sac inside of their bodies that like it's like it basically can release or store air and help them float. So I thought that was so cool because I was like, I just totally had forgotten all about that. And I'm like, a first grader is learning this. And I'm like, well, that's super fascinating. Like,
I still remember.
And I was just like, that's so cool. Like, just kind of spit out some air, sink down a little lower, spit out some air.
I still remember when I was in kindergarten and they told me about the oil in birds' feathers so that like they can fly in the rain and whatever else because their feathers don't get soaked.
Yeah.
And then I went home and it was like a week later. My mom saw a bird outside in the rain and was like,
oh no,
bird's getting wet.
Corey,
like,
what did you do? What did you do?
Nothing, no.
Okay. I was worried this would end up with like, then I got a quart of oil.
Right. No, then I was like, oh, actually, I like actually my mom.
Oh, nice.
And I remember her saying, oh, I didn't know that. And I thought, I know something that my mom didn't know. That's
right.
Amazing. Like, it was like mind blowing to me that was a possibility.
Oh my gosh. My son told me today, he actually said like something like, Mom said this and Mom is always right. And I was like, that's correct.
That'll be a fun.
And my wife was just like, no, I am not. But I just thought it was a funny thing where it was like, I mean, she is probably the most correct of everybody in our household, but it was just funny, like the real sincerity to that,
Mm-hmm.
Which is cool. It's just interesting. But I do remember as a kid, like whenever I'd find out, especially early on, when you find out like something your parents don't, you're like, ha ha ha.
Yeah. I just remember it being really bizarre because it was like the first time I realized like adults that can be fallible and they're not omniscient.
Yeah.
It's like, oh wow, that's a weird, strange realization to have.
Yeah, for sure.
And now I know 20-year-olds that are just realizing that.
Adam, 20-year-olds. That is how like foggy my head is right now. It took me usually I'm a little slow to the joke, but holy moly, that took you could probably track that back and catch that delay at like a minute to my reaction. And it wasn't a bad joke. I just, whew. I remember in like kindergarten, there was a movie I watched and my mom hadn't seen it and never heard of it. And I couldn't believe it, said Adam.
Yep.
And Jan was saying if you watch A Bird with Shampoo, that's like actually I don't think they use shampoo. There's a certain kind of Tide.
Dawn dish
blue.
soap.
That's it, yeah. And it's blue. It's blue like dish soap, and they'll use that with animals because there's like there are so many different things, but like particularly shampoo could be like brutal to a bird. The other thing about birds is there's a smell kind of factor, which is weird because I don't think of birds as things that smell. But if there's some kind of chemical on birds that if they're touched by people and other birds sense that, like the other birds sometimes will just bail, like 'cause they just think it's like a different thing, you know.
I can't remember. I think that's been debunked.
Oh, is that an old wives' tale? That could be.
There
I am.
Something tickling at the back of my memory about that, and I don't want to say for certain, but I wonder if that's what I'm remembering, because I used to think that too, and for some reason I'm thinking that somebody debunked it.
Mother birds don't reject their babies.
Yeah, so that's the one that I used to think, right? If you touch the babies.
Holy moly. That's literally something I learned from my parents. And I'm 40 and I didn't know that was a debunked myth.
Yeah, I think that's what we tell children so that kids don't play with baby birds in the nest.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, I totally heard that as well.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Well, did you know, like, this is definitely not a myth, but like if you like chew on your fingernails, like the devil will appear and just steal your soul. Like I know for a fact this is not a no,
doesn't that make you want to try it?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say is like there's a well, that's my reverse psychology thing where I want to get my son into rock and roll by reverse engineering the satanic panic, intentionally creating satanic panic about stuff I don't want, that I actually want him to check out. Be like, don't. I don't know. My kid's so far a pretty good kid. He literally just doesn't rebel long. Like he'll be rebellious, but it's a very short.
How old is he now?
He's 7.
7, yeah.
2 was easy. 3 was when we had the crazy rebellion, but I think that's an age thing with kids. I think 3 is like
nuts, man.
3 is the one they don't tell you about, and it's super fun, especially toward the end of 3. But it's also like, man, that's when they just that was like, I think on a parenting level, one of those moments. Oh, wow. So Jan's heard it. He said that tale has crossed oceans. Dude. Yeah, that might be one of those old ones stemming back. And you're right. It might have just been to like to help prevent your children from murdering baby birds.
Yeah. Please don't murder the baby birds.
What they don't want to say is like, don't hold them. They're fragile and you might crush them. Like,
right.
You know? Okay. So with the creator. Okay, I think I finally worked this out. It only took me 2 hours. What is wrong with my productivity? I am finally getting out of the zone, but this works very nicely. It fills the space. I'm happy about that. Now I still have the same problem to resolve of how do I transition to read this way. It's still going to be hard. I could have it work this way, but if it suddenly transitions to this, even people are like, if it's typed that we're flowing this way, people are still going to start at point A. They aren't going to go whoop. So it's still the same typographic conundrum. Although I got rid of... Oh, that was what's wrong. I got rid of a pointer. I didn't want the type to get too flowy. I don't mind it turning upside down, but I don't like... For this book, I just don't think it's going to work to have like weird flowy type. Not that that's weird, but it's...
You've just offended all of the flowy type people.
Hey, dude, I do plenty of flowy weird type. I mean, you want to see some crazy, redunculous, flowy type.
I don't know if you can redeem yourself from that
crazy.
Statement.
Oh, there is redemption coming from that.
Okay, here's a topic I want to talk about. Have you seen
Boom, what's that? Weird, crazy, flowy.
I can't remember the dude's name. The guy who did Danger Girl.
Oh my goodness. Wait a minute.
J. Scott Campbell.
I need to do another 2-second break because my coffee's out and I'm starting to lag. And I realized
holy crap.
It's because I missed the first 1 hour break. You see, Corey? So give me like 2 seconds, like literally like 2 seconds, and then we'll continue this conversation. So wait, Danger Girl, did you say?
J. Scott Campbell.
Okay. Keep that going. Or that thought, at least hold that thought.
I will keep that thought.
I love it.
Now I just have to remember what I was thinking right here.
J. Scott Campbell. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, is this going to be about the redraw? Yep. Was that where you were going?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Okay, we'll keep that.
Full on redraw.
Oh, that's so funny.
The art fix. The art fix is in.
I like it. Okay.
Now, the problem that I'm having, and Josh is not having, is he's not trying to remember what his plan was for a machine from a month ago that he hasn't thought about from that, which is currently my issue. I can't remember what I was doing right here. I can't remember if that was supposed to move or not, because if it's... I'm just going to assume that it is. If it's articulated, then I need to figure... What did I mean by that piece, though? Okay, so this sail... That sail is coming off of that. So it's got to be a joint.
Okay. J. Scott Campbell, and we should probably also speak of Doge. And let's see what else. Yeah, so let's do J. Scott Campbell's.
Yeah, so...
boy.
There are these amateur artists that go around redrawing professional
Hey, you worked
artists.
a Skolin.
I did. I told you I would.
It's a skull night. Skulls, you guys. Like anyone drawing right now, sneak a skull in somewhere. It could even be a little skull and a glint of an eye. Or you could have someone in a mirror looking in a mirror, and from a distance, the person, the mirror, and all the figure and foreground all kind of combine to create the illusion of a skull.
And I feel like that's been done. And then it'll become a Hardy Boys cover.
Exactly.
No, my ultimate goal is just to be as cool as you and Chris. So anytime you guys do something, I will copy it without thinking. Yeah, so J. Scott Campbell. He draws an MJ cover. Yeah, so Chris is saying I designed myself a little puzzle. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm going to assume that I meant for these things to be pistons, I think. But that's a little bit... I can do pistons, because this is kind of steampunk. It's not diesel punk. But you can still have pistons and steampunk. Anyway. Yeah, while you were gone, I was...
Or it could have been, like, cogs.
Yeah, I haven't done cogs yet. I don't know why. I'm going to erase that. I don't know why I just drew that in different perspective than everything else, but I don't like it.
If it's motion stuff that might potentially be animated, though, it's pistons. Although cogs, but that could get complicated.
The trick with animating cogs is you just put something in front of where they connect to each other.
Mm-hmm.
You just have them like the teeth peek out from behind something, and then it looks all complicated. But
that's true.
If you have ever tried to actually get the teeth of cogs to line up with each other,
yeah,
and especially if they're different sizes,
yeah,
that is horrifically complicated.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Anyway, so J. Scott Campbell, right? He draws the MJ cover where she's got a hot cup of cocoa, Peter's taken off, and she's got like a Spider-Man t-shirt on. And
it's very stylized, like her, I think her shape is a little like thin at the waist is a bit like that.
Yeah, but he actually did an overdraw where he's like, here's a rib cage.
Yeah.
There were several like Instagram models and like cosplayers and stuff that were like posing in the same pose, and some of them you're like, oh yeah. I kind of see it,
I mean, it also is super stylized,
Oh no, definitely. I'm not saying it's realistic.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying it actually is a distortion of the body when her arms are
from that angle.
From that angle, her shoulders and her arms are obscuring a major part of her torso. So it actually, I mean, some of the stuff that some of the cosplayers were showing, I was like, oh, now I see it. Because I've always looked at that and thought, that's a pretty massive exaggeration. Which it is, but it's not like Sam Keith distortion of anatomy style. It's like, it's just the ratios that are distorted a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, long story short, somebody came on and said, I'm going to do a redraw, and they redrew it. And then instead of just being like, whatever, he's like, you know what? I've got a couple hours. so he goes through and starts critiquing the redraw. And then all heck breaks loose all over the internet, because a bunch of people are like, oh, he's punching down, and a bunch of other people are like, finally, somebody's gonna take it to these trolls, and then
okay. It is so funny that it's controversial on either end, because like, first off, like J. Scott Campbell, Gen 13, right, was like his big book, like back in the day.
Yeah.
Anybody familiar with that guy's art, like he's always done like very like sexualized, like not sexualized in like a super negative or derogatory way, but he's drawn like quote unquote like sexy, exaggerated women with huge boobs and like ridiculously tiny waists for over a decade. So it's not like this shocking thing. It's like, it's something that's done in comics, and by the way, they way overtly stylized men. Like they're like these absurdly idealistic proportions with like muscles that don't even exist on the arms in general. And most cartoonists who do comic men like know what actual anatomy looks like. It's like a hyper real version of that, but like most people's like side muscles, even if they're worked out, don't get these like ripply bumps. Like
little.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
You get it mildly, but like, even if you look at like superhero films where these guys are working out like 8 hours a day, every day for like 2 years to prep or whatever. I'm exaggerating. It's probably not 2 years, but it's a crazy workout. They're doing like weight cutting and like I forget what they do to like make their skin thinner, so that I think it's like they don't drink water like before shooting like shirtless scenes, so they look extra buff and their muscles stand out. It's still like way exaggerated. So like here's the thing is it's okay to have like both. Like I agree with the idea of like having more comics that characters that are representative of for girls, right? Like so they're not aspiring to that. Same with like dudes. Like frankly, there need to be more comics out there with dudes that aren't like on steroids. Like
honestly, and I know this isn't a steroid comparison, but like
yeah,
one of the things, as somebody who is destined to be just short for his entire life, one of the things that I always really liked about Peter Parker and Wolverine were that they were like small.
Yeah,
like
and
Wolverine was ripped, but like it's like known in the comics that he is, what is he, like 5'4" or something? I can't remember what the height is, but there's like a distinct difference in height between him and everybody else. I always like that. And I'm not. Yeah, there's some huge problems with like body dysmorphia and stuff when you.
Yeah. So I just want to say that like can we live in a world where like both can be true? Like, and here's the thing I will say in defense of people who get into like the idea of being realistic, it doesn't mean you can't have people who are like strong. It's just like if you look at like Greek statues, they were idealizing the human form, but like it's not super exaggerated. Like that's the weird thing. If you look at like Greek statues of Greek gods or whatever, they were still like pretty darned accurate, especially Michelangelo. Like they were so accurate to like not proportionally. Like David, for instance, if you actually saw like just a straight on shot of it, it's actually wildly proportioned, but it's mainly for like the viewpoint that you're seeing it from, and also to fit the stone. I heard some story about that. That might be an old wives' tale too, but I remember in an art history class they talked about that, like the part of the, I don't know, it was like part of a challenge to like carve it from a weirdly shaped marble that a bunch of people didn't really know what to do with. And he was like, I'll take that commission, and just made this like crazy awesome thing.
Yeah.
And I think that might have been the debunk of the old wives' tale, that he had done it to like work in perspective. But anyhow, so regardless of what that is, the point being, like, I can see a case for like we need more comics that like have like strong men that aren't like apes and like just huge, but are just like reasonably normal strong people. But these are stories about gods and like
right
and ridiculous characters. But the funny thing about the Greek statues, though, is they actually stuck more to human proportion. Like they didn't usually
sort of. I mean, they're like,
it depends. There is the weird nose stylization.
And the Fibonacci number obsessed. You know, I mean, it's like
100%.
It's like what Frazetta said, where he's like, you know, I catch a bunch of crap because I paint women, you know, with these exaggerated proportions, and everybody's telling me that you know, women don't look like that. And he's like, some women look like that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying all women look like that, but some of them do. And he's like, or what did he say? He said, you know, so, you know, this is art, this is fantasy, you know, like, we're gonna my dudes are gonna look crazy, and when I get an ugly villain, it's gonna be the ugliest villain, you know.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm getting at, is like it would be a sad kind of boring world like with either, and I can understand people getting annoyed with like the oversaturation of one.
Oh, absolutely,
that makes perfect sense. So the move to like kind of like, I think it sucks that there's a culture that's against like people wanting some kind of movement or representation of people who are a little more like them. Like in any case, like I think
I'm not even talking about that, because I think that's fine. You know, it's just like,
I didn't take it like that. But I will say,
but
all that
what
being said, the J. Scott Campbell thing is hilariously awesome, and his response is what I'm saying is hilariously awesome. The person who did the first crack at it, like, that's their right, but it is one of those things of like, if you're gonna like redraw somebody's thing by saying, "Hey, I fixed their drawing," it is kind of fun to see the artist like shoot back and be like, "Did you?" Like,
you don't think it's punching down?
I think there's a bit of that, but I also think like it like there's a thing in comedy, right, where it's like if you're watching a comedian on stage and you heckle, like, I don't know, it's mixed. It's mixed. I guess there is a bit of punching down to it, but I feel like it was done with such care.
I agree.
It was fun. I feel like it was done in the same. I don't think he returned much that wasn't given. Like,
no,
it would have been punching down if it had been some random fan saying, "Hey, here's my drawing," or "Hey, I reworked the cover of this to like." But I think the way it was phrased was like, "I fixed your cover."
Oh, it wasn't even that. Like he or she. I actually don't know the gender of the person who did the
yeah.
But they were talking about male gaze, and they're I mean, it was a critique about basically trying to cancel him. They're basically saying like he doesn't deserve a job, and I hate him.
And I think like I said, to me, I think it's funny and it's interesting. I would like, I mean, personally, I don't know. I don't know how I would respond to that. I personally probably wouldn't get into a fray like that, but then again, I have trouble holding back when I think something. So, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like it just seems like an awfully weird thing to kind of be like, hey, you draw these really saucy women. It's like his whole career has been that. Like, yeah, and he didn't like go as saucy and over the top as he does. Like, it seemed appropriate. It seemed appropriate, like for like a J. Scott Campbell cover for Power Girl or whatever, like it's just
yeah.
Yeah,
and I mean,
and yeah, I also will say, like, I don't care who's posing or twisting, like, and I guarantee you could find panels in my comics, like, I don't have like tons of like saucy ladies in it, but there's definitely going to be panels where you could like easily draw over it and be like, your anatomy's off here or whatever.
Right.
But I will say, like, they're not wrong about like the waist on that is super thin. Even in his redraw of her redraw, he was a little more careful with anatomy.
Yeah.
And he still has like stylized faces. The parts where I felt like he really nailed it was like pointing out the collarbone. And also just like the comment about the smoke was really a good point, which was just like, oh, I noticed you left or not the smoke, but the steam coming from the coffee mug was also stylized and not representative and stuff. I will say, like, I kind of get it, and I don't know. It's one of those things of like, I think both can exist. Like, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a world where, like, to me, I don't know. If you want to go that route, then you got to be even with it and want, like, to like stop requiring every actor who's in these Avengers films that's a man to like work out like eight days a week. Like, they shouldn't have to be like these gigantically ridiculously built people. Like, just stop allowing that. Like, just start casting, your average Joe as like a superhero. I don't know. It just seems like, I don't know if that makes sense, but it seems so stupid. So I kind of like, for me, I just like humor, and I thought it was funny. His response, I don't think it was brutal. He didn't really, I don't know. Yeah, I haven't really followed it on Twitter though. Did it like really blow up and everybody freaked out?
Well, the problem is that he named names.
Oh,
So I mean, the problem is that like everybody knew the handle of the person, so he could have easily,
see,
he
I didn't actually, when I was reading it, pay attention to the handle of the person. So hopefully I didn't commit the same.
no, but I mean, like if
If I was responding to somebody with the handle you described, I would be a little cautious. Like, not cautious in a negative way, just like try to be respectful of
I
the
don't
way
think
you're
the handle
addressing.
matters. I mean, I think the handle
Yeah.
is intentionally, provocative.
Yeah. I
But
don't, yeah.
but
I think if it had stuck to the art, that might have been a better route
right, I think he could
with the
have.
punching
Well,
down
he
thing.
didn't. He even went out of his way to not draw attention to that. But the problem is that a lot of the people following like started like going after that person and you know
Oh, of
and
course.
whatever. And so that's where I think it's a little bit of a challenge is when you have a following. Like, yeah, I agree. Like people have the right to defend themselves, right?
Yeah.
But when the president of the United States defends himself, the guy has his finger on the button. It's a different level of,
Ooh,
you know what I mean?
that's a
Like,
very good point. That
there's a
is a
different
very good
step.
point. Like, for instance, I'm thinking about it at like the level I'm at, where it's like if today I was like, I really dislike this thing, it's not like I'd have an internet hate mob like go after whatever that is that I
Right.
said, because I
Yeah.
have like 3 followers. I'm joking, but I don't have like a lot. If you get to like the level of, like where you have like a blue check or whatever,
Yeah.
um, you know, yeah, you do need to be careful about punching down because unfortunately, like, yeah, you can cause harm. It sucks. It just sucks that we're in such a weird environment where that's, I don't know. It's also weird to navigate when like, okay, his response to the response on Instagram. Ooh, okay. What was the response to the response?
Oh yeah, he wrote a big thing because he was basically like, "Hey, listen, I've been spending the last few hours deleting a bunch of toxic posts. My intention was never to, go out and harm anybody or whatever. And I get attacked by a lot of people on the left
Yeah, I
because,
didn't know there was like fallout from it. I thought it was just hilarious, like as a joke, and I didn't know it actually led to anything other than maybe like some crap talking
well, but
from
you'd like
him.
to
And
think because
yeah,
he said I get attacked from a lot of people on the left, and just because I push back on that, that doesn't make me alt right. I'm not Comicsgate. I'm not alt right. I'm not like an extreme conservative. He didn't give away what his political ideology was, but he made sure that everybody understood that he wasn't an extreme in either camp. And then he went around and he said, if you
ooh,
are
I hate that
using,
so much though. I'm over the either camp thing. I don't know with that. I mean, just
no,
because like there should be camps, period, and like the I it sucks. I hate if the left is doing that to people. It's stupid, and they need to stop. And I'm in the left. I mean, like canceling. I hate the term cancel culture, but I do think there are some people because I tend to think it's used quite often by one side, and both sides love canceling. Um, like 100% love canceling. Uh, like I think Colin Kaepernick is like a really good example. Like nobody was calling that cancel culture, but that was cancel culture easily. Where you're literally trying to cancel a guy. President of the United States tried to cancel a guy, because they said something political, and how dare they? Because they're a football player, and you're just supposed to play football and shut up. And then on the same note, like had that been somebody anyhow, point being, cancel culture sucks both ways, and people need to stop. The reason I take a side on Comicsgate is I literally see like there might be internet hate mobs going both ways trying to cancel people, but there's one that like rallied and has a name and a brand behind it and isn't just about political ideology and kind of demands subservience to it. Like, I haven't seen like a left-leaning militia that you have to kind of kowtow to like have a career. I don't know if that makes sense. Like Scott Campbell's a good example. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but like, has he lost like jobs or contracts or anything?
I mean,
Maybe.
Ryrie, he did a kind of a sexualized cover of Ryrie, who's 15. She was the love heart, or I can't remember her name. She built an Iron Man suit. I can't remember what her superhero name was.
See, the other problem is I might just pay too little of attention to like mainstream comics, but I guess my point is like, I, as like a hardly anybody in comics, have gotten pressure from one group to not talk badly about, to not speak about, and to not take a side. And that's Comicsgate. That's like the only people I've gotten a threat from Comicsgate, and that's where I've responded to it, because I'm like, that's why I like feel like I didn't really want to say anything, but I do see a lot of bullying and pushing and kind of shoving coming from that direction. That's the only direction I've felt it. And I'm like, I literally love comics by Frank Miller. I love comics by like people who do really saucy, weird stuff. If you want to talk misogynistic, though, Frank Miller comics go pretty far. You want to talk real really misogynistic comics, Dave Sim's Cerebrus, right? But like, I love Cerebrus. Like, I love Dave Sim. Like, I love his art. I don't think I'd hang out with the guy. I think we'd probably politically, like, that might be one of the guys I couldn't even have a civil discussion with, right? But his art is beautiful and writing is really interesting. And like, I don't know. I guess my point is, I get annoyed with the whole like not picking a boat on that, because I'm not picking a boat, but I will say a boat that I clearly am not interested in or on, and I don't see a ton of talent in.
I can tell that this is really triggering for you, because you interrupted me so much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's just like you're arguing against like an unfinished sentence, because what you're arguing against isn't even what he said, because I didn't finish it. But,
oh yeah. I just sorry.
No, you're fine. Anyway, but yeah,
it's more just an annoyance at like, I want to see more people in the comic community just call it out and be like, dude, Comicsgate's participating in cancel culture. Just like, can we just stop the cancel culture shit like altogether? Instead of being like, hey, they're doing it, let's do it. Like, it's just, that's the part that I want to see more people be vocal about calling out. That's what I mean. Like, and I'd like to see more people on the right do that, you know, because like a lot of people in Comicsgate criticize the left for not calling out their own on that. Let's just be consistent. You know, like, I don't know. Sorry, rambling. Yeah. I'm totally, sorry. Something happened. I want to hear your point, but something happened with me where just my patience with that just wore thin. And it was when I got threatened on a stream. And I had like 2 people watching at the time. And like, somebody was like, well, as long as you don't say anything. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, what does that mean? It just stuck with me for like a month and a half. And I was just like, that was a threat.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. Like, that's literally like one of my most cherished things is freedom of speech. And like, it just really bugged me. It just dug in my heels for a long time. So I was like, I don't like that kind of talk, like because that just sounded like everything they're supposedly fighting. So I don't know. Anyhow, if you haven't had that, then I understand not getting like triggered by it. I'm totally triggered by it. And I don't even use the word trigger a lot, but I will say, man, that my patience is so thin with that, because I'm like, don't, like, the easiest way to make enemies is to threaten people.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah, anyhow, Corey, what were you saying? I do like, I don't know, like my memory, I didn't even know Scott Campbell was working on books recently because what I was familiar with was growing up with like Gen 13 and all of those comics, you know?
I never read Gen 13. I did like Danger Girl.
Yeah.
But that was kind of, if I recall correctly, I think that was just kind of like a one and done thing. I don't think that was like an ongoing.
Yeah.
But
so his response sounds pretty decent so far. I'm sorry for going on a rant. It's just fresh on my mind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I liked the way that he said it because he was making clear, like, I think some people were assuming that because he kicked back against something that typically is happening from like the left, which is like a lot of these redraws to make them less sexy or less whatever. He was like, whoa, don't misunderstand me. Comicsgate sucks and I hate those guys. Like I'm not.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So he did call it out.
That's what he was saying is I'm not in that camp.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, that's cool. Okay, so he's just in agreement, and my whole rant was totally pointless. I'm just, I don't know why I had like a week where I felt like kind of tense about it, and then I was like, wait, screw that. like I don't know. It just seemed like the epitome of not punk rock. Like I can filter for a workplace or like for coworkers and stuff like that, but it's like when it comes to just like you, I don't know. I would probably respond the same way with the left if they were like, you cannot talk about this. I'd be like, really? Or there's going to be problems. And you're like, really? Like, I don't know. There's a side of me that always, anytime anyone gets that way about anything, isn't there like a thing in 1984 about that, like where there's like restricted things?
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyhow,
I would imagine.
I don't want to abuse 1984. It's had plenty of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like people remember that book a lot better than I do. I read it recently again, but there's so much to it.
Yeah, so I agree with Chris too. Addressing consequences from past actions are important. On the same note, canceling outright doesn't allow for growth. Yeah, and like measure for harm should be considered. Like people need to consider a path. Oh, there's a couple things I think. Because I will acknowledge there is like cancel culture. The particular thing I dislike about the term is it's often used by one side of a war that is canceling each other. So it's kind of like a conflict where you're like, I really think this person in the conflict's wrong, but like both people are shooting at each other and not necessarily one of them started it. Like they just both pointed guns and just started shooting. Like it's that's the part that annoys me. But one person who's firing a gun while saying it is going like, stop shooting at me. You know, like that's what I see in it, where I'm like, I think it's absurd to say that like they're canceling me. Well, let's just outright like take it away from political parties doing it and just say like it's just not cool to do absurdly. But I agree with Chris on that, like where the consequences from past actions are important. You have to kind of live with what you do, right? But I think harm should come into play. Like Corey, you brought up like the one thing that kind of sucks about his response. I don't think it's worth canceling over, right? But it definitely is worth like, I'm glad he responded because it's like a hate mob. Like like hate mobs just really, I don't know. Hate mobs suck too because they kind of ruin it for free speech. Because if like personally, like if I had a huge audience, I would feel restricted in my speech just out of responsibility because I'd be like, I don't know if I could like, because I don't want to direct like a giant hate mob anywhere, right?
Right.
Unless it's to like somebody causing literal harm to a lot of people. And in that scenario, I'd be like, you know, I don't know if it's so bad that they get like booted from Twitter or whatever, you know. But like that's not the majority of people that I think this stuff happens to, and I think that's annoying. So it's sad. Like that's a perfect example of like the problems of cancel culture right there is like, so you have this artist who people are trying to kind of cancel because their art isn't like fitting what they think art should. And so, okay, cool, whatever, buy different art. And then like on the other hand, and maybe there's a mob riled up from that, and then being like, this person shouldn't be doing art. And then on the other side, you've got like people who are just like, from his response, that's just a joke, like going, oh, now it's time to just destroy this person. So it's like,
right.
There's, I don't know if there's a stop button to all that nonsense. I don't know. Because I don't feel like I have a dog in the fight. But I just feel irresponsible saying I don't have a dog in the fight because I do the second I got a threat. And it was like a subtle threat that was like one that I know was probably slung around to like quite a few people. And I was on Twitch, which I have like no following on. And I was like, I bet you go to every comic creator and try to coax them in like, hey, join our club. And if they're like, I don't know if that's really my thing, then you're like, cool, just don't talk bad about the club. And you're like, wait, what? Are you a gang? Like I don't know. Yeah. It just, wow, I went on a long thing. I'm supposed to be working on comics, talking about fun stuff, dude. Yeah, I think Chris has a good point. Certain words are now politically weaponized. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Just bums me out. Because it isn't a bad description of the problem. And so maybe I need to get over my getting kind of annoyed by the term. It's just like, I'd like to hear it if it were applied. I think I'd be more accepting of the term if it were applied a little more evenly.
And it could be that your confirmation bias or your echo chamber is informing your opinion of the equal application of that.
It would be tough though, because here's the thing I don't think a lot of people are aware of, but it's like I listen to a lot of like very far alt-right podcasts just to be aware of them. Plus, like a few of the comedians on them are slightly talented, but I also like to know, like, I like to know what's going on. Like, and partially because of that, I wasn't like super shocked by the Capitol thing. That wasn't because of like listening to left-leaning stuff. It was because I listened to a podcast that's had like two people who were in that on their podcast. And I was like, oh, there it is. You know?
I'm not talking politics, though. I'm talking comics.
Oh, comics.
Because you had made the...
Yeah, comics I don't...
You made the thing where you said, I don't think there's anything on the left where anybody's trying to make anybody kiss the ring or whatever. And I think there's a little bit of that on both sides. There's a lot of it out there.
No, I think even on the videos where I said that, I didn't actually say that. I said...
No, you just said it a couple minutes ago.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
No, I said I've never had anyone on the left directly threaten me.
You said that too.
I was saying that I don't see I'm not saying it doesn't happen from the left. I think it does happen from a lot of people who are left leaning. I don't think that they all hashtag themselves as the left and like have a club that, they demand fealty to. Maybe there's certain actions that left-leaning people who are part of cancel culture, right? Whatever it is. My point is it does happen. It's just that, like, I don't see somebody going, vote for Obama or you're canceled. Like, none of that shit's happening. Like, if you're saying it's gone that far, you're insane. However,
Really?
100%. 100%. I know so many conservatives who work in creative industries. I mean, it's just, yeah. Now, like, would they feel uncomfortable talking about it? Probably, because a lot of artists are left-leaning. Like, that's just the reality of it, you know? I don't know. I guess my point is, like, I think there is a lot of canceling that's unfair that happens from left-leaning people. My point is, as a comic creator, as an indie cartoonist who's like a nobody in the industry, I have gotten threatened by one camp, and it's a camp that has a name and a brand, and it doesn't have to do with a political ideology. It's a brand. So it has to do with two guys who started it. Because if you're not with those two guys, like, the more I've even looked into it, if you're not with those two guys, then you're potentially on the cutting block. They do a lot of, like, infighting and cutting. And they have a brand and a name. And it's not only like I think I would be an asshole to say all Republicans are committing cancel culture, right? Wouldn't I? Is that a fair question? Like, would I be a jerk or being kind of unfair and making, like, a blanket judgment that's not necessarily true by saying all Republicans want to cancel books?
Sure. I'm having trouble following where you're going, because
I'm kind of thinking,
misunderstanding each other.
Yeah, I'm thinking out loud here, trying to kind of clarify my point about saying, like, not all, like, the difference between, like, a group that has hashtag Comicsgate and some politically leaning one way group canceling somebody. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, I personally am not a fan of the Republican Party, right? But just because somebody's a Republican, I'm not going to instantly assume that they're the people in the 80s that were trying to get rock albums banned because they were, creating, like, devilish, like, devil worship and, like, creating the satanic panic, right? That's my first memory of cancel culture was right-wingers. And there were a few weird people on the left, like Tipper Gore, who also participated in that. And I remember that too, right? I think it would be weird for me to say all right-wingers want cancel culture, right? That just wouldn't be fair.
Okay.
But I hear that quite often said about the left, as if the left is a group similar to Comicsgate, which is a small united group that has, like, propaganda. And if you're not in the line, like, that is a group that literally, I don't know if are there any Democrats in that group?
I don't know. I feel like you're
I'm trying to figure it out.
Conversation, because I hate Comicsgate. I'm not defending anything that they do.
No. Yeah, Corey, I don't think you hate it. I'm trying to figure out.
But
I'm not trying to figure out your stance.
I don't even know where any of this is coming from, because I haven't even said. I'm clarifying. I'm confused on all of it.
Okay, all I'm trying to do is clarify, because you said you were confused by me saying that, like the left is not committing, like, cancel culture in the same way that like Comicsgate is.
I didn't say anything about Comicsgate.
You were talking about when I said the left wasn't doing any canceling, and that's what the context in which I said it. That's what I was trying to clarify.
Okay.
Because you were wow, okay, we got really lost there.
Okay,
so I wasn't trying to argue with you. I was trying to clarify why I was saying that, because you asked me like why I said that, like, 10 or 12 minutes ago, right? I'm just really long-winded and apparently really bad at clarifying. So I was trying to say, like, I think that it happens from the left a lot, and I hate it when it happens that way. I hate Comicsgate in the sense of, like, as a brand, like, I wouldn't be down with it. I don't hate everybody in it, but I just, like, I hate the brand and the idea of it because it's so associated with, like, toxicity and the same stuff they complain about they're doing. I guess my point was to say, like, if there's a group on the left that, like, is all about canceling people and just kind of creating their own little, like, left-wing bubble, then I would be equally against that group. I don't think that group is the Democratic Party. I think there are a lot of Democrats who might participate in it. I think there's a crap load of Republican. I would be hard pressed to see if there is one. I don't know. I'd actually be interested if there's like one or two like left leaning. That's why I was asking if you knew. I wasn't trying to do it as a gotcha question. Like, I sincerely don't know, but I would be surprised, honestly, if there was like somebody legitimately left leaning in Comicsgate that's like allowed in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so like my point of kind of like saying that doesn't exist as far as I know on the left was like a thing equivalent to Comicsgate where it's like a specific club. I'm curious what that club it like is where it's run by like two people. That's the one I want to know, So because I feel like it's a lot of tit for tat but there's one tiny group that like has organized with like a hashtag to cancel. I don't know. I might also just not be aware of it, but I'd be interested in seeing if that's the case, you know. I know there was like some statement of like the Whisper Network. I remember hearing about that, and I looked into it, and it was like workplace gossip. So I was like, okay, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to know, but I can't. This is part of why I didn't want to get into it in the sense of like being like picking sides, because I don't care. I don't like censorship in general. I just don't.
Yeah.
And you and I have had like disagreements about that. Because you tend to actually be more for like and with justifiable reasons, for like, I think a little more censorship in art, like with books, and particularly regarding age ranges and availability. Right. I draw the line like very like, I'm less. I think you and I both really like freedom of speech and stuff, but I do think like we've had interesting conversations where we differ on that point. I don't think we differ much on our take on Comicsgate. So I want to clarify that too. I just like am really bad at clarifying my own points, I guess.
No, I'm only quiet because I could be wrong, but I don't think I brought anything up that you're arguing against. So I feel like we're having two different conversations. But
no. I wasn't trying to argue against you. I was trying to answer your question.
But you're reacting to like half a statement that I make. I make like half a statement, and then you go on for like 10 minutes talking about what I wasn't saying because you didn't know what I was saying because I didn't finish the statement. So anyway, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know where to go with this because that was what I was talking about in the first place. So literally just happened.
I think we went on it went a long way, and then there was a question later that I was trying to respond to, and I'm just super long-winded and interrupty. So that's thus the strange confusion and long delays.
What I was saying was
also keep in mind I'm slightly sleep deprived, and I'm sure.
Yeah.
So,
but what I was saying was his statement on Instagram that Chris brought up.
Yeah.
Was basically just saying, don't assume that I am.
Yeah, because he doesn't even like him. Yeah.
Any of these groups. Mm-hmm. So that's all I was saying.
Oh yeah, I was agreeing.
No, you were.
No, I was like, you finished that sentence a while ago. And then you said something like, I don't understand where you were saying that doesn't happen on the left, something to that extent. And I was saying, no, I do think it happens on the left. I was just clear. I'm not going to go into the attempt to clarify.
I understand, but even then.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just haven't been able to finish a thought.
Okay.
Just trying to have the other side of this conversation. But I feel like when this happens, I always end up drifting into like arguing for things that I don't believe or care about. And
I don't personally, I don't feel like you. Yeah, I want to be clear. I wasn't even attempting to argue. I was just literally trying to clarify. I got annoyed by the term, and it's not by you using the term. I need to get more comfortable with the term cancel culture because it does happen. It's just, and I'm not going to go on that whole tangent again, but that's why I get triggered by that word, like annoyed by that word. The thing about the other rants were just all me attempting to clarify. So This is all absurd. Absurdly long-winded, but I don't think nor did I think you were trying to defend it or anything like that. I don't. Yeah. Anyhow.
Anyway, I thought it was funny that he kind of like just clarified, and the tone that he did it in was really professional and whatever, and then a bunch of his audience, well, probably not even a bunch of his audience, a significantly small percentage of his audience went on the attack. And then he came back out and he's like, dude, don't do that. Like, I was just having a little fun and whatever. But the argument that we haven't talked about yet that's happened on the other side is there are a bunch of people that are upset that anybody is going around fixing art, and they're calling it like art theft and all of this stuff. And they're calling it censorship, on that side as well. Anyway, it's kind of interesting to see all of the different takes on all of the different takes on this, because he was just like, I'm not going to sit back and take this, and so he didn't, and then it kind of got away from him. It was interesting.
That's so weird. Yeah, I get so baffled by the whole thing. It's even hard to talk about because it's like it's contentious, and I don't think it needs to. Well, it kind of does, because it has to do with censorship, and that's always a big fight, Yeah. But I always side with the guy who, like, it's weird because, like, I like IPs and stuff like that, and I think intellectual property rights are really important. I also really, really love the story of the Zap Comics guy who basically just outright ripped off Mickey Mouse and pretty much just screwed with the character until he, like, pretty much forced Disney to sue the crap out of him. And then when they sued him, he made comics about it. And he like literally escalated it for years, dealt with just endless lawsuits, only to get to the Supreme Court and kind of be told, well, you do have the, like, he kind of won and he kind of didn't, because he had to cease and desist. But at the same time, like, they couldn't sue him because freedom of speech or something. And I love that kind of conflict. I think that's a great thing in art. I'm not even saying I would buy that comic. I just love that it exists. I love that about punk rock. So it's like, it's hard to, it's just hard for me to get behind anybody like trying to censor, unless it's like I said, unless you're directly causing somebody harm, you know, and
right.
like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's where, I mean, that's my, I hate censorship, but that's where you and I differ a little bit, which you brought up a little bit before.
Yeah.
Is I just feel like people are so easily radicalized at younger ages, especially anybody under 22. I don't think there should be censorship, but I do think that there should be caution. And I do think that occasionally that caution is going to come through, like maybe I don't need to give this particular voice a platform.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
Including like if that platform is like, the elementary school library, which I think is, if I'm recalling, is the last time we talked about that.
Oh, well, elementary school library, I think we might have agreed with, because it's, I think when you're dealing with children, it's a little different.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
However, I think when it comes to what's available to children, it also needs to be censored with caution. So it's like it's kind of a really to be considered type thing, especially if it comes to like a school library. But if you're talking about a public library, it gets more and more complicated. The further out you get, and the more kind of you're dealing with like full-grown adults. Like we also don't let children, do a lot of things. Like their lives are very restricted.
Oh yeah, I mean, in an education environment, they almost have no rights.
Mm-hmm.
Search and seizure. There's all types of stuff that we just are okay with.
But I also don't think, like, I think we should be careful not to say something can't be read unless we have a really good reason for it. And so once again, it's like the lines that kind of drawing harm.
Well, that's my thing is I'm not saying that something shouldn't be read.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying like, especially like right now, here's a huge issue that everybody's kind of struggling with. Social media is the public speech of our day. It's the available communication form that we've got, and it has the potential to so I live in an extremely remote small town,
mm-hmm.
and my friend's kid who lives 10 miles down the road was in a school shooting the other day. Like, what was that? Thursday or Wednesday?
I have been so out of touch with the news. Like, so
I don't even know if it made the news. I actually think school shootings are so common nowadays that unless, and this sounds horrible, but unless the body count's high enough, I don't think it's newsworthy.
Jeez.
Anymore, because 3 or 4 people were shot.
Mm-hmm.
But there wasn't like a body count like you get in a lot of the ones that ended up in the news. But my point is, people can get radicalized to a dangerous extent at a young age.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that there is some caution that needs to be kind of, and some of that caution is going to look like censorship.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that we should go around saying you should never read this, right? Blah, blah, blah. But like, I don't really know if it should be like easily available on Facebook.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I have I definitely am for like censorship. Like for instance, in the sense of like for my son, right? If he asks a question, like there's ways that you answer that can be true, but also avoid revealing truth that he may not be ready for. So it's like, to me, I just think it's important to keep truth though. So like that's kind of like the hinge. And so it's like, I guess my point is I just think there is a certain age where if Benji wants to read like a forbidden book, as long as it's not, again, harming, it's I don't see an issue. Like there are some books that you could clearly think of that would be easy examples that I think across the board, everybody except a very small subsect of people who I think we'd all like to see in prison, honestly, would want to have out there that you should not have your kids read or whatever, right? That would be one example, right? Like, but other than that, I kind of think there's certain ages, especially when it comes to like teenage, late teens. I think the freedom to read a lot of stuff with complicated ideas isn't bad, especially contrary ideas, you know, because it's like, to me, if you like I was saying about listening to the podcasts that are like alt-right people, I actually like doing that. Not for an argument. Unfortunately, I just think I have an argumentative nature, or sometimes might argue without intending to. But it's like, yeah, Chris made a good point. Mouse is amazing. Benji should not read it yet. Mouse has a lot of heavy stuff that a lot of people aren't going to be ready for, right? But I would hate if that was like banned from a library, even though like there's nudity in it, there's violence. It's, you know, it literally wasn't picked by publishers for a long time because they were like, well, it has mice and cats. Now, if it's in a public library, should they put mouse in the kids book section? Probably not, right? So, yeah, but I would hate to walk in a Barnes and Noble where there's not like a historical fiction section and literary section and stuff that's, you know, a little saucier. Like it should have I think there should be a variety, and parents and, you know, should have but you're right. You're right in the sense of Facebook, like 100%. I think I guess my point is, I think we're in agreement more than we may. I just think I think we probably agree. I just tend to veer, like I have this visceral reaction to being told not to read something,
right,
or not to do something. Like I tend to just lean into really like, which is it may not be a great personality trait, but my tendency is to be like, why not? And that can lead, I guess my point is, like, I think a more fearless approach to access some stuff is
well, and I think
yeah,
you were probably above average intelligence as a kid, based on things that I know that you read at certain ages and things. I think you're kind of an uncommonly heavy thinker, right?
I don't know about that, because I like a good point. And I want people, I'm not saying this to be humble, I'm saying this to be honest. I think that sometimes the way that I communicate can come across as like pretentious to people. And I think a lot of it's like my tone, and then the fact that I interrupt people, which is just rude. Honestly, it's a terrible personality trait I have. And it is rude, you know. I don't intend it. It's weird. I've met other kind of interrupters, and we all kind of have that issue. But it's like, I also don't think I'm really crazy intelligent at all. And I think a good example would be like it actually requires a lot of intelligence to, in a scenario like that whole thing where it took me like half a paragraph to try to explain an answer to a very simple question. Sometimes it takes a vast amount of intelligence to kind of pause and like be able to boil it down to a very short and succinct sentence.
But where I'm going with that is I think that you.
So I'm just rejecting your claim of intelligence, but go ahead.
I know. I'm not going to let you. You were interrupting me to tell me that you interrupt sometimes. What I'm saying is, I'm not worried about the teenage Joshua Kembles of the world. I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned about somebody who's reading Ayn Rand as a point of rebellion. You know, when you're 12 or 14 or whenever you read that, right? That's not my concern. I am concerned about the more easily influenced people coming across like hyper racist rhetoric that is grooming them to be, KKK members later, and that's
totally.
And there are abuses of communication that are detrimental to society. And I want those people to have rights. I don't want them to have access.
Well, I'm all for like publishing everything except things that are illegal, like actually illegal, which is, and I don't mean like, I'm just saying there are some things that justifiably should not be reproduced.
Right.
But a very small amount of things. And I also don't necessarily have an issue with like a publisher doesn't necessarily have to like publish something. Like they're under no obligation to publish something. Yeah. It's more of like whether like whether outer forces should be able to force a publisher to not publish something.
Right.
And that's where I'm like pretty, but like with my own theory on it, it's like I said, I want to be able to, as a parent, gauge that for Ben. I think there need to be access to parental controls online for sure, like stuff like that. We need the ability to kind of gauge like what somebody can have access to, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also think how you create more intelligent people, like one of the things that they've actually found, like what you mentioned about pamphlets, like white supremacy pamphlets and stuff like that. One of the things that they've found about that kind of thing being in the underground is a lot of the times when those ideas aren't engaged directly and destroyed by better arguments, they flourish because they're underground.
Right.
Because like in a rational debate, like those ideas fail very quickly. They rely on like a lot of false history and stuff like that. This day and age, though,
the more overt ones do, right?
Yeah. But this day and age, it gets really tough. You're right. There's introductory stuff, and right. the one thing I was forgetting that actually I think is really a good point. This is why I'm like, I tend to lean towards low amounts of censorship, but I think in general I'm in pretty close agreement with you. Yeah. Because like I do think it's different online. And I'm not sure how we navigate this new world where you can have misinformation travel so quickly and be believed so quickly and right. vehemently within like the span of a year, and have like a huge percentage of the population just instantly believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And that can flip on a dime. That is a weird. I don't know if we've had that to the extent we do now. And so that does kind of make it a complicated thing, you know?
Well, that's the idea that Zuboff gives in surveillance capitalism is applying old standard ideas and solutions to unprecedented events. And I think digital communication is an unprecedented event. And so I still maintain with anybody that I have this conversation with that, applying the same standards of what has worked and hasn't worked in the past is at least somewhat irrelevant because it's a different thing, like it just happens to, I think it affects people's brains differently. I think, like we always go back to the Nazis online, but like they found out that just basically repeating confidently a lie enough eventually turns it into a truth. Eventually people just assume that it's true because they've heard it confidently stated enough. And there's something about digital communication that adds credence to things that shouldn't have like the air of authority.
Yeah.
And so that's a huge concern that I have when it comes to information is like, I was talking to somebody the other day and they're like, I literally don't believe anybody anymore. Like I don't believe anybody on any side of any party of anything. It is difficult to believe any journalist or any scientist or any religious figure or any, like, there's no point of authority that I don't know personally that I can uniformly say, I believe that person, or I believe that source, or I believe that website or that newspaper, because
it's like an epistemic crisis, because it's,
yeah. And so it's interesting. I don't know exactly what we do about it because I don't necessarily trust the effectiveness of the government to step in. But I also feel like they're at least the organization that has the best chance of doing something about it. But the interesting thing is it's kind of like, how like as a kid, like the siblings are always in a good house, that's most siblings are treated fairly equally, but each kid feels like they are disproportionately punished. You always pick on me. It's like, well, you just don't really notice when I'm punishing your brother. Like you don't really, and it's like it's kind of like that. Like the Democrats and the Republicans and the liberals and the conservatives and the middle of the road and the whatever and the rich and the poor and everybody is always assuming that their camp is the one that is being like targeted.
Yeah, and that's the end. So this is something I strive to be, and I know I am very lefty and stuff like that. But even in this conversation, I hope I've been pretty clear. And if I wasn't, instead of going on like a long tangent, I figured out the easiest way to boil it down, which is I think the Scott Campbell thing was hilarious. Just recapping that.
Yeah.
And I agree it happens on both sides. Yes.
Yeah.
I can say that, and I can also say I really dislike Comicsgate and whatever they are. I am 100% not. And there was a question in the chats of like whether there was a Comicsgate artist that I liked. I haven't, like, I'm not saying they're bad artists. I've seen some pretty okay art from like Skills. I haven't personally come across any compelling stories. The one exception would be, and keep in mind, I haven't also read all of their stuff. I did do a deep dive for a while because I had a buddy who was kind of getting into it. And so I was like, if this person is kind of straying that way, like there's got to be something good about it, which is why I like watched a bunch of the videos by the founders and stuff like that. Because honestly, at that point, I hadn't really heard a ton except a bunch of people being like, this group is bad. And I'm like, well, okay, now I'm going on a long tangent. I don't want to do that.
No,
So
you're fine. Go ahead.
to be clear, I just don't I don't like it, but I did want to. Oh, I was actually answering this guy's question. So, but I will say, from my own exploration and watching videos of people who claim it, most of what I saw was people complaining about some stuff that does suck about comic writing in general, just formulaic writing, but they just kind of pick on formulaic writing pertaining to one group and not acknowledge that just comics just in general in the mainstream, not all but quite a lot, use formulaic writing. In fact, most of the Avengers movies and Captain America and like it's a pretty formulaic plot. But anyhow, so like a lot of the complaints just came down to like almost like stuff I'd read by like Daniel Klaus like in the 90s, where you'd just be like, capes and tights stories kind of suck sometimes, which is like I enjoy them, but a lot of them aren't like the height of.
They're no Invincible.
Invincible goes a little further, but like, and there's some great stuff like I think there are some that are classics, but my point is in general, like even as a kid, I knew they were formulaic. I kind of enjoyed the formula, right?
Yeah.
But I knew like Peter Parker and Spider-Man and like all the tropes, and that like it would always have this like kind of formula to it, and they'd always have some surprise twist to try to get you to buy another issue, and some gimmick where it's like, oh, new costume. Like the era I got into Spider-Man was like Spider-Man's new alien costume, and like I don't know if everybody remembers, but like Venom was a giant weird change in comics from like a very long tradition. So it just happens over and over. So I just saw a lot of like non-new complaints, and I agree. Like with that, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, formulaic writing can suck. Sometimes it can be great, but sometimes it sucks. And then I saw like just weird stuff where if a comic was written by a woman, they'd be like really misogynistic when they're even talking about her, when they're reviewing the work. They'd just be like, this little girl. And I'm like, why do you have to call her like a little, like, come on. Like it's a professional in the industry. Couldn't you just use their name? Like not actually like,
be disparaging for no particular reason at all.
Yeah. And so that was kind of I just noticed they were just kind of toxic, not toxic like the quote unquote, because that's another trigger word I think that I could use, and people would be like, oh, they use the trigger word. I don't mean it like the left means it. I just mean like in general, just a negative.
What's the toxic? I think I might be out of the loop on that one.
Well, just, when I've used that with people who veer way further right than you, like there's just a joke about it. Like it's like the whole like if you use the word toxic just because there's like toxic masculinity, all of that kind of stuff, like people will usually associate it sometimes on them. Whatever. That's it. Now that's going down a rabbit hole that doesn't need.
I was really only familiar with the Britney Spears song, so I just
yeah, so like long story short, I just personally, from my own personal journey looking into it, was not blown away by the comics being presented. There was one that was about like a frog, and I did a whole video about it, so I don't need to rehash it. But I will say, I think Doug TenNapel was in it, and I think he is an amazing artist. I cannot I finally got to a point a couple years ago where I couldn't follow him on social media, and that wasn't in an attempt to cancel him. I just like as a Christian myself found some of the stuff he was saying just like very not cool, like just about other people, and kind of tactless. And I also just felt like it was like a formula to sell more books for him, and that's okay, and that's cool. But I wish there were a little more upfrontness about that, like where it's like, hey, I'm also, and I'm not saying like the guy hasn't been hurt in the industry because of his political viewpoints. That's probably very true. But it's like, also acknowledge like you're a millionaire and have made quite a lot of profit from people, some who are buying your work because they love Earthworm Jim, some buying your work because they love the beautiful art, and some buying your work because they agree with your political viewpoint. And it's kind of for the same reason that people on the left are buying the left people's work. It's like a political act. So I feel like, but I will say, like, I even though I personally don't like agree with like Doug's stuff, like, and I shouldn't even call him Doug because I don't personally know him, but Doug TenNapel's stuff, I really do admire his drawing skill, and he's got like a really unique style, and it's very good. Like, he's very good at it, and he's written some pretty good stories. They're like really fun, quirky adventures. So I don't even know if he's in that group anymore, but if I had to say, like, just on an art style level, that would be the one. So that's my like 3-hour answer to that. Man, I'm rambly tonight.
Doug TenNapel's an interesting thing, because he's another example of what you're talking about before, of like, crying wolf about the thing that he's also doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like a lot of his stuff, but
I like his ink work a lot too. He's very like loose and talented.
I'm less of a fan of his artwork. It's just not my style. I think he's a very effective visual storyteller.
Yeah.
But like, he's, a lot of his characters look exactly the same. He's got like the skinny, tall-headed character, or whatever.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, he's a great writer.
Yeah.
I backed him on Kickstarter a number of times. But it was really funny to me because typically he is fairly either subtle or non-existent on like working in his political or religious beliefs into the story. I mean, Cardboard was pretty overt, but I backed him on what was it? It was one of the Earthworm Jim comics that he did recently. And like one of the curse words that the villain used, I wish I could remember what it was, but it was such an overt, obvious dig at atheists that I was like, it took me out of the story because it was such poor writing. Like, it was like, and I was just like, like I can appreciate a dig at religious people or atheists or whatever if it's like written well, but it was like they were using a curse word where they were going to take the Lord's name in vain, but instead they replaced it with some atheist term or something. And I can't. It's a horrible story because I can't remember any of the details that make it worth telling. But he doesn't do that often, and that's why he's one of those creators where it's kind of interesting. Like, you can disagree with him a lot and kind of still enjoy his work because he doesn't saturate his work with like this weird soapbox that you have to kind of wade through, except for that one instance. So anyway, I thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah. I definitely, but I would say, like, anyhow, like, so that's my answer. That's the only person I'm familiar with who I think was associated with it that I would be like, I'm sure there's other guys. I mean, I remember seeing one of the frog things and thinking, oh, that's a pretty cool drawing, but like, also, I don't know if it's like something I build a movement over, and it didn't particularly seem like this revolutionary thing that it was being sold as. Because I'm like, I've seen, like, once again, pick up like one issue of Cerebrus and tell me what's being done in Comicsgate is like so outlandish, because it seems to me most of the comics are just like, it's a comic with big boobed ladies in action. And I'm like, there's still a lot of that in the mainstream. So like, what are you offering? Like, and I mean it, like, now the fact that it's getting more people money and stuff like that is, sure, that's great. Like, I like artists making money, but I don't like if those artists are like, now you got to join our club, because that's the part I didn't particularly like about it. So, but I love, like I said, I actually love a lot of comics written by very right-leaning people. One of my favorite artists is Steve Ditko. I mean, like, I was a Spider-Man kid. How can you? I like Doctor Strange. Like, why would I like? I can't. You know, I don't know. I think it would be a weird world where you don't have like these strange people that, you know, maybe politically differ from you. Like Alan Moore and I wouldn't be like hanging out like politically agreeing all the time either. And he's more on my political side of the spectrum, but it's like I wouldn't be like 100% in alignment with him. I just think it's a boring world if everybody's like the same viewpoint either way. So I just don't like the idea of joining a club where that has to be the case, you know. Although I do understand there's trends. Like if I'm in a room full of, like, so where I live, right? Literally, like tonight there was like a house party across the street of a bunch of people with like Blue Lives Matter flags, right? And like the big old Trump stickers and stuff. I don't think like there's a way to read the room. Like I may not want to necessarily like walk up to those dudes and be like, hey guys, let me tell you all about like my book about Barack Obama or something like that. That just may not be reading my audience well. Like, so my point is, I think publishers do that too with people, where it's like, hey, people who bought these books, like, I think there's trends that come and go, and I think the second the money's in a different direction, they'll go a different direction. Which should be a lesson to anybody to like avoid the club censorship thing, because the shoe will be on the other foot, like eventually. Like,
yeah.
But I also think that might just come with age, and that's a tough one too, because it's like I've lived through a couple cancel culture things. Like there was a 90s one, there was an 80s one, there's a 2000s one, and then there's this current iteration. Those are like the 4 that I can think of that have happened in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And they've been all over the place, man. Right now, I definitely will say it seems like a lot of it is coming very left, but yeah, I don't know, man. I'm mystified by it. I think why I ramble about it so much is I'm literally trying to work out what to even think about it. I definitely know I'm clear on not being a fan of Comicsgate.
Right.
The other stuff I'm like I'm open to knowing about, but that was the other thing that kind of bummed me out, was like a lot of the targets of Comicsgate I felt were really weird, because like one of the few writers in comics I know now is Gail Simone, and I didn't particularly, like, maybe I didn't pay attention enough, but everyone's complaints on videos that I read about Gail Simone were pretty unfounded, and seemed like they were just mad that like, you know. And so I felt bad, because I'm like, these, like, that felt a little outlandish, for maybe, like, once again, maybe some crazy thing was revealed, but she just seems like a pretty kick-ass writer.
She is one of my favorite people on Twitter,
and
she is the
funny.
biggest troll. She just like goes into fandoms and just starts trolling people, and it's hilarious.
Yeah. But I like the way she trolls, because I don't think she's doing it like,
oh no, it's all in good fun, and I think everybody kind of realizes that, like, it's never mean-spirited.
Yeah.
And it's over stuff that doesn't really matter that much, like British people microwaving their tea.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that.
And actually, I don't know, maybe she doesn't seem to punch down very often. Like,
no, unless you're Cyclops, and then you got a huge problem with the heat rays and whatnot. Sean Gordon Murphy had a problem where he tried to he's fairly left. I mean, he's not like an extreme left, but he's left. And he tried to reach across the aisle on he was kind of like, it's kind of dumb that there's all this infighting. And he had Doug Tnaple do a cover for him. And he's basically chased off Twitter because everybody was trying to blacklist him and stuff. The interesting thing is that's what it feels like on Twitter, but he's still making, Batman books, and he didn't lose his job or anything. And that's where, like, what is your definition of cancel culture is kind of interesting because it didn't affect his livelihood, but but then Mignola did an Earthworm Jim thing, and no one said a word. It was like, Mignola can reach out to Doug Tnaple and be fine, but Sean Gordon Murphy can't.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that too. It's very strange.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know where all to go with that, like, theoretically, but it just seems like a bizarre thing. I still cannot resolve this. I'm wondering if this might just have to do with. Yeah, I'm just trying to think even. I do think that works. Like, do you read it in order now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm missing the jump from brain to midbrain, though. There's something about that isn't translated. It looks like a tree, which I know is what you're going for.
But now it doesn't read as a brain tree thing.
Yeah.
Whereas before it was clear.
I mean, could you exaggerate the silhouette of the brain a little bit with the wrinkles and then share those on the brainstem so that there's some repetition of that shape?
Oh, I've got an idea. I'll do the black and white. It'll be the black silhouette of the brain. Black.
Yawn, dude. If you yawn, I'm gonna.
And this. Yeah, no, I just got to get a little more coffee. I want to power through this page.
I think I need to color this now. I think at this point in time, I'm noodling.
Oh. All right. 10-second break or 20-second break or whatever for me, and I'll be back. I appreciate the back and forth. It's been fun. I just I think I need to work on communication on certain topics.
I think having the second Moderna shot on one side and the baby keeping me up all night on the other side probably contributed to that. I don't know. It's really either of our skills as much as our just.
It's fun to power through insomnia, though.
Yeah, the thing I enjoy about nuance.
I do think, by the way, I know I haven't made a ton of progress during this stream, but it's like I do think it's getting there. I think it's getting worked out better, so it'll be a better page, and it's kind of an important page. So, yeah.
We yawned too much and we lost Chris.
No, Chris, no bed, no sleep till Brooklyn. That was a Beastie Boys reference.
I think the thing I enjoy about nuanced communication and people who think and are not inflammatory and not intending to offend, but don't want to back off is like you can actually talk about stuff, and like I know that you're not out to get me, and that I'm not, like offended or whatever, and we can both say, well, no, I think you're taking what I said out of context, or that's not what I got out of that, or whatever, and then we don't go away going, oh, I hate that guy, or whatever. Like it's an interesting thing because long form communication has the opportunity to be more nuanced than like a lot of like the brevity that you get online, and I actually think that's where a lot of misunderstandings come in. Is like I don't have the time to type a 2,000 word epistle for my Facebook status update.
Yeah.
and then spend the 20 hours it takes to like continue that conversation with people. But oftentimes that's kind of what it takes to really clearly communicate what it is that you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think the art of like disagreement or clarification, like, so there's a difference between debate and conversation.
Right.
And like there will be some mild debate in conversations, but they're not like a formal debate where the goal is to like eviscerate your opponent after getting a clear understanding of their argument, right? It's like you can kind of do both. Like both are different forms of communication. But one of the nice things about having friendships with people is you can actually have good faith conversations. It's hard to have good faith conversations with a stranger. You know, which is why like I'll be very vocal about this, you know, on like my own vlog or something, because that's a conversation with myself. And then I'm totally open to have that conversation with Corey because we're friends. Like we've known each other for quite a while now. And so like once again, I can engage in a conversation with Corey where even if like something comes across as like, oh, did you mean that or something? It's like I know his intent is not to like destroy me.
Right.
You know, and like that makes all the difference because that can allow you to like have a dialogue and then you know, kind of start actually like understanding the other person, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it does become difficult. I know like the last year, especially like for me, I struggled with that because there have been particular points where it would be easy to kind of make assumptions about entire groups of people, you know. However, I think it's fair to say like if somebody's like in a small enough, niche enough group that, you know, you get a vibe of it and you're like, yeah, that's not my thing.
Right.
I think that is a fair thing that people should be able to say.
That's something I'm trying to get my daughter to recognize.
Yeah.
That Maya Angelou quote, you know, like when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I think it's an interesting thing.
That's actually a great quote. It's hard. It's a hard one to keep in to heart too, because we always want to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Sometimes that can be problematic. Let's see here.
All right, I gotta get up and move around because I'm losing it. So.
Oh, me too.
I will be back in a few minutes.
All right. Oh my gosh. There it is. It's also these lines are too connected. Oh, it's been one of those days of like sort of like there are days where I'm not being super productive and it's late and I'm like, I'm not necessarily making progress. On this, I think minutely, it's kind of an important page, getting closer to the end. And I think it's actually going to be better for it. And even though these are tight roughs, this will also be further clarified on a final. Although at this point, I've spent almost the time I would on like a final page. But that does, look at that. That reads as a brainstem, and you can't read it as a tree yet. So that is going to function really well for this next part. Tonight, I finalized different genders and sexes of alien species that will need to be the first book of my epic. So here's the interesting thing I'm curious about, Adam. On this epic, because Jan actually, so I was talking about the Tolkien-esque epic, but Jan's Phosphor seems like a really like crazy epic like tale that he's been weaving and working on. And I like, this is just like going way back like 4 hours ago. But it's like, I feel like that like Phosphor is like a good example of like the non-Tolkien trap really built out world. I don't know if that makes sense. Like where it's like, I think Jan's making good progress on it. And it's slow, but it's like, I'm seeing progress. Like I've never had a moment with Jan, like seeing his progress on, Phosphor when he's working on it, where I'm like, oh, you got to just, I don't know if that makes sense. So I feel like, Adam, you and Jan might actually be like in a similar scenario there, where it's like there are exceptions to like every rule. So, and I do think like a good indicator is just like, is it like the 50-year project, or the like it's going to take 2 years of prep? Because 2 years of prep, like for a crazy sci-fi, may not be that bad. Like Sanderson's a guy who built out like some crazy worlds. I'm kind of curious, actually. You might know this more, Corey, with Sanderson, because you've read like more of his books than I have, and they are fun, awesome books, and I need to actually get back to them at some point.
I lost so much steam on him just because I think I read like a dozen of his books and back to back, and then I was like, holy crap, I'm gonna need a couple of years off.
I did like 3, and then I was like, I can't. I had a similar thing with Dune, where I was like, I'm gonna do all of Dune. I did Dune, and then I got like halfway through Children of Dune, and I was like, and I'm duned out for a bit. I ripped through those Dune books as a kid, but it's just like, it's just they actually made way more sense as an adult, though. That was one that I thought I was a smart kid, but I did not understand. And then as an adult, it's like it's a heavy book, but it's not like crazy concepts,
I've never read or seen anything with Dune.
I would say the first is worth reading. The second is cool, but plot wise kind of collapses a little more. It's just kind of like, it's I don't know. I don't want to say this to like, this is my opinion. I want to be clear because they're beloved books, but I think just on a quality of writing and stuff, like the first is definitely a good read, and it concludes on its own. So you wouldn't have to read a whole series. It's a good audiobook too. But it's kind of, I'd say it's almost like Orson Scott Card, where like the further you get in that whole Ender's Game thing, it's interesting, but I don't know if it has the power of like the first book, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas Sanderson like shocked me, where it's like there's just parts to every book.
But that's, I think, because Sanderson's telling different stories on different planets that all relate. That like Orson Scott Card, like that. There's some lightning in the bottle on that. The first book. I mean, I just read it again to my my daughter, and then we started reading Ender's Shadow, which I actually prefer to Ender's Game. But it's the same story. It's just told through a different character's eyes.
It was a cool idea. I like the concept of that.
Yeah, it was. I liked that a lot more. But then like Speaker for the Dead, and then you get into the other ones, and you're like, I think I made it into a book or two as a teenager into like the universe, you know, and then I was just like, ugh.
Yeah. Speaker for the Dead was where I got like really tuned out too, because I was like, it's just tough. I also like, I am one of the weird people who like, I love Ender's Game, but I feel like the ending was so rushed. Like,
oh yeah, no, the pacing was weird.
Yeah, I feel that way about Harry Potter too. Like the conclusion of Harry Potter has like a fairly fulfilling conclusion, and then there's like a 10 years later, and I'm like, wait, what?
Right.
It's like a book for every year, and then 10 years later, I really hope
it's almost like she was like, I don't have the energy to like tell you at the same pace how Harry ends up as an adult. And so there's just like, it's just like, yeah, he dies and then, has a conversation with Dumbledore, and then he becomes an Auror and this happens. It almost felt like the credits at the end of a movie that tell you like on a movie based on a true story. It's like where it pops up and it's like, here's 2 facts about each main character. And he went on to become a car salesman, and he got married to so-and-so. And he was like, that's what the end of Harry Potter felt like to me. Yeah. But I almost prefer that to the end of the Lord of the Rings, where you're like, oh, no, still going. Oh, no, I thought that was the end. Oh, wow, there's like 15 endings to this movie. And they're tying up all the loose ends. There's nothing left, no questions left unanswered.
So I adored that series. I grew up with parents that were like obsessed with Lord of the Rings, and because I think that's just the era they grew up in. It was kind of a thing. There was even a Spock song about it. If you guys ever haven't seen the Bilbo song, I'm sure you guys have. That's like internet gold. The Bilbo Baggins song with Leonard Nimoy singing it. So good.
That sounds amazing.
It's kind of amazing. Yeah, it's like it's up there with like the Yoda song, except like it's on that weird level of funny because it's like real. It's kind of equivalent to like the Shatner monologue, where like he splits. Anyhow, what am I saying here? Oh yeah. Anyhow, so they were like super into Tolkien, and so I grew up and I like loved this series. Like I saw like the cartoons and like those. And we had like a Hobbit chess set, and friends would come over and they'd be like, "What is this?" Because these were not like I shouldn't say the Hobbit. It was a Lord of the Rings chess set, and people would just be like, "What are these people?" And they'd be like, "Oh, that's Frodo. That's like they, And it even like for the knights, like on the evil side, it was like now I'm blanking out on what because I'm sleepy, but like the faceless guys.
The faceless guys.
They're like the death guys, like the ones that
the
like
Dementors?
Yeah, the Dementors. So
sorry, I thought you were talking about Lord of the Rings.
Wait, no. Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings has Dementors?
No, they're like they're like the dark, like whenever he's being pulled into like the darkness.
Oh, the ring wraiths?
Yeah, the ring wraiths. Thank you. So like they're sort of faceless, in this version that was on the chess set. So it was like this cloak, but like with no head, just to represent like the utter darkness of these characters. And the Nazgul, thank you. Wait, am I getting this wrong? Oh my goodness.
The Nazgul is the he's faceless as well, but he's the guy in the helmet that no man shall slay me, and then I am no man, right?
It was the Nazgul.
The Nazgul. No, they ride the track. Are the ring rays and the Nazgul the same thing?
Yes, they are. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So anyhow, the Nazgul, those are the cloak guys. So we had the like them. They were like the knights on the chess sets, and I just thought they were so cool because the way they made it was just like a hollowed out cloak. But we'd have friends come over and like they'd explain like each character and stuff. So then when I finally read the books, I just was like really excited. They were great. My mom was nerdy enough to not really give away the twist that's in the first book. So I was like bawling when Gandalf dies. Like I was like, he's dead, and she's like, I know it's sad that death happens. Like she didn't give in, like wouldn't give in to like what happened. So I kept reading, and I was all excited when he came back. But the one thing I'll say is like I remember those reads being a slog too, because like even just the way that sequence went when Frodo first appears at the gateway, and he has to like work out. It's like the doorway, and he has to work out all the. Oh my gosh, that's the Hobbit. Now I'm confusing the two, but Bilbo gets to like the entrance and has to kind of work out the gate. Actually, they're in both books, I think. But Bilbo's original
one solving to get the army of the dead, right?
Yeah, but like
there's a little puzzle there.
Yeah, so that whole sequence to just like solve that puzzle takes like I don't know, like about as long as I take to say a sentence. And so I just remember that dragging, and then when I saw the films, just being like, I think I actually like the movies more. Like I love the story, but just to visually see what he so meticulously describes is so much faster paced. And this is coming from the guy who, Corey and I often have disagreements about that, where he'll be like, I couldn't stand that just the pacing's just so long. Like just get to the action kind of thing. And I'm like the guy who's like, I like that they had 12 panels with the face just staring
sniffle
with like a dot of ink difference. Anyhow, I'm that guy. And at the same time, I was like, I felt like it was a little long, and it was awesome to see in action a lot of what's described in the books, because it just takes a really long time, although it's a good payoff,
Yeah.
Oh boy. Let's see. Is this working now? I think this is working. That transition.
Oh, I like that swoop. Yeah.
Okay. Where was it going with this?
So the Nazgul and the Ringwraiths are the same. Is that what we decided?
I think we can leave that for anyone watching later. But I think they are.
Somebody let us know.
Let me see.
It is, what is it, like 4:30 in the morning? It's 4 in the morning, yeah. I'm giving myself a pass in my nerd trivia. Dude. I will say that I saw on Twitter today.
Dude, look at this. Lord of the Rings fandom. Because I thought you were right. And I'm like, I just have to. The Nazgul, the Ringwraiths, in literally the same thing in quotes, the Ringwraiths. So that's what it translates to. So Nazgul translates to Ringwraiths.
Yeah, because I remember teaching myself Elvish. Just kidding.
Mm-hmm.
That's
oh my gosh, this goes full circle, because talking very earlier, I think before you came in the chats, possibly about Klingon and the people who learn Klingon. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think I can't even learn real languages, let alone like fictional languages. I would find Spanish or Mandarin so infinitely more beneficial and satisfying than knowing a language that isn't a sci-fi show.
I have a feeling a lot of writers know their language less than fans. In fact, I think often they'll just outsource fans to be like, to forget when that happened. I think that's happened definitely with a lot of things where it's like, we need somebody who's an expert to teach our actor how to speak this foreign language. We'll hire a super fan. But yeah, I'd rather learn Japanese. I can't even learn Japanese and my wife speaks it. Like I should be able to, but it's a cool language. It's interesting. Even the cadences of there's like a rhythm to conversations and dialogue, and it's interesting. Even that's like significantly different, you know, where it's a different kind of flow. Although I do feel like I wonder if I heard English and I couldn't speak it, I think it would sound really fast and like it has a different tempo than it actually does. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting. Like when I hear Spanish speakers speak, though, I think that they must be thinking at a speed that is incomprehensible to me. I hear them talking, and I know a little bit of Spanish, and I'm like, I almost think that everyone that speaks Spanish must be just like 5 times smarter than me because they talk so fast. Like it's not just the cadence of the language; it's like you have to formulate your thought. How are you formulating your thought 5 times faster than me? That can't just be a language. I wonder how cultural that is as well. Anyway, it's interesting, and obviously, there's not all Spanish speakers have the same cadence because it's a lot of different countries and cultures that speak Spanish. But
yeah, and what's interesting, yeah, that is true though. Although I don't know, I feel like I've read somewhere about like how your proficiency in a language increases the speed in which you hear it.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know. But yeah, I totally feel that way too, where I'll hear the tempo. I don't know. It's a weird one, man. Okay, let's see. Miller talked of imagining there was a rift. This is why I set up the stinking tree. Literally this whole thing to set up one line in a script, you guys. My brain. I will say though, I actually really appreciate the feedback on this. It's taken me a long time, but I was hitting a wall on a page that's really important page. I want to make sure it flows. I think that stepladder works. I think, yeah. Okay. I think we got our tree again. Does that feel, the one question, Corey, with your blurry, incomprehensible coherence right now, which I'm there too. Okay, so if you look at this, it's like you see skull, brain from skull. I will have to remember when I'm working this out in final to like make sure it's very clear those connection lines don't connect like over it. Anyhow, that'll further clarify it. Then we got brainstem thing,
Mm-hmm.
almost hidden. And then here, I think that's kind of clear. It's more of a tree.
Yeah, it looks like a tree.
Okay, here I'm going to evolve it more into a tree, and that's going to get to that bit. Perfect. Okay, cool. Step ladder thing. Okay. Boop doop doop doo doo doo.
Oh, I think flatting is my least favorite thing.
Yeah, flatting's a beast, man. I was rethinking our conversation about outsourcing flatting. I think it's a very smart idea.
I just like right now, if I had planned ahead on this and I could have somebody flat it and then just wake up in the morning and it would be done, I would much rather do that.
So, is it harder because of the lack of a closed line on the shape?
Yeah, I'm pretty loose in my inks. So that's definitely part of it.
Well, no, I don't know if it's about like loose inks or tight inks. It's just like it's a beast to flat. I don't know. Do you? Oh, I don't know.
Well, because I'm going to take this into Adobe Fresco.
Okay.
And I'm going to use these layers as masks, basically. So they've got to kind of be pixel perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So that I can paint in them. And that's where the whole like, being off by a little bit or whatever. Because sometimes, those techniques where you go in and you use the magic wand tool and then you invert it and then you jump it in or out 2 pixels or whatever and fill it. It's like really good for 98% of the stuff, but that 2%, when you're like doing a really painterly style, it just glaringly stands out.
Oh yeah, that's the tough part.
But I'll be able to do it on this layer. And I even set up a macro to do it.
You did?
So let me do
a macro.
Fill under. Yeah. Oh, I want to do that again so that everybody gets to see it. So here I am working down here. Okay. So this is my fun thing. So I'm gonna put in this layer. So just click on that button once, and then I push this button. It creates a new layer, moves that layer underneath, and fills that layer, and then disables the selection.
Dude, I like the ultra macro there. Like I don't know. I always just think of it as like actions. Is that the same? Like a macro
It is using some action. It's actually stringing 2 different actions together, but I'm using my Elgato Stream Deck.
Oh, nice.
Control some of it,
so you can basically band together actions within actions.
Yeah, I can stack them. And so I've got fill under, expand, delete, expand, fill, copy, switch tab, paste, layer underneath, delete background. And anyway, those are the main ones that I use for Photoshop. But like the copy, switch, paste, that's like where you can copy something in one Photoshop document and paste the entire layer of that into another Photoshop document, because I was taking these things and transferring parts of them. And I was like, this is taking forever. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, I bet I could do it. And so then I just pushed one button and it would like Command A, Command C, Command tilde, Command V, Command tilde, Command D. And then it did all of those things in a row.
Oh, dude.
And it was great. So it would switch tabs, paste the thing, switch back, and then deselect. And then you can click on the next layer that you wanted to copy over, and it would do it all again for you.
Dude, I love that.
was going to tell, this just makes me think of a very funny actions story. When I was going to art school, I want to give a very clear statement that if you're an art student, you should never do this to other students. Now, at the time, it infuriated me because it happened to me once. There was a guy in our production class, and this is like back in the day where this was like a brand new class where it's like one course, because like who would think to have like a whole class dedicated to Photoshop in an art department? Like, you know, so go way back in time. So this was one class to do everything. So you get Photoshop, you learn a little bit of Quark. I'm just kind of giving you an era here, okay? You kind of get introduced to like this potential burgeoning other stuff, and you learn how to like scan art and all that fun stuff. In this class, we had a classmate who like secretly set actions for Photoshop so that like if you hit just a normal function key, like a regular standard, you know, command V or something, you know, where you're just pasting, or command F, you're pasting in front. He would have it like simulate everything being deleted by like having a new layer created and all this stuff. It was the most horrific thing in the world, where you'd just be like, command, wait, why isn't it saving? You know, command S, and because you can override your keyboard. And that guy was not a popular guy in class because he did it to like 6 computers. Luckily, nobody lost their work, but
I can imagine that would not be great.
Yeah, don't misuse your actions either. But yeah, in retrospect, it's just funny that, I don't know, it was funny to think about for a second. Now it just makes me mad again. It makes me so mad. I'm going to talk about Comicsgate for 10 hours. I'm just kidding. But oh my gosh, time difference. It's weird that I still get mystified by mass time differences. Like I shouldn't, but it's awesome when Jan's like, I'm gonna head to lunch, and I'm like, oh wow, that's crazy.
I forget where Jan is living now.
Philippines. And if I got that wrong, Jan, kill me. Well, don't actually kill me, please, but
extreme.
Yeah. Oh. All right, here. Let's see what we got here.
All right. I think.
Actually, that would be about the same era too as that production class. It's extreme. Everything's extreme with an X.
Oh man, I might be done for the night. I am now not doing simple things correctly.
Yeah, I've been struggling to do simple things, but I definitely can see where you're coming from on that. I'm going to have to at some point. And I may not have made it very far on this page. Might just be one of those nights.
But you also solved some of the problems that you're looking at, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Just my goal is always to try to get one a night of these done. I am over noodling it though, so that is the cost. But this is gonna, like, I don't know if it makes sense, but it's like being done to this level is going to make the final process a lot easier.
Right.
In theory. Corey, thanks for hanging with me, brother. I hope you're all right too. I hope you're hanging in there. Ruth's looking awesome.
Yep, she's cute.
Dude. So survive.
Okay, I think I have all the pieces that I want done.
Oh, I personally might hang a little bit, although I might talk a little less and work a little more.
Where did the
Let's
cereal
see.
go? I will admit that one benefit of you going on really long rants is that I got some decent work done.
I don't know. It was one of those days for sure. I had some kind of.
There you go. I don't know what this is called. Do you know? I guess it doesn't matter. The thing, I'm just going to ask because artists tend to know really weird things. You know the thing where the ropes go through on a tall ship or a nautical situation? It's like the connector that has like usually three.
It's not a pulley, is it?
I'll just call it a pulley because that's probably.
Oh, it's got a or a. Let's see.
I'm trying to label these in a logical way because I'm passing this off to somebody else.
Oh, this is being passed off for rigging?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Got a student that I hired to rig up these ships. I'm teaching him how to do how to use joysticks and sliders and paying him, and he's really excited about it. Okay, the downside to being up this late is like...
dude, you know what? It is a pulley.
Okay, cool.
If I look up a ship pulley...
Yeah.
I think that's it. It's just a really weird, crazy pulley. Wow. That's bizarre. But it's definitely not like a pulley like the kind you use with like rock climbing or something, you know? Do you use pulleys in rock climbing?
You can. Yeah, you can. They're not used often because usually you want points of friction. Otherwise, you die.
Yeah.
You don't want the rope sliding around that much.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
But you can rig a pulley at the top, like at the chains on a set route. Man, I don't even know if I'm in the kind of shape where I could even go rock climbing. I need to.
That requires a crap load of upper body strength too.
Not really. If you have the right technique, you're using a lot more of your legs than your arms, but it requires a lot of your hand and your fingers.
Yeah, isn't it like? Yeah, that's crazy.
It's a lot of grip.
Oh, my delicate fingies. I don't think I could do it.
I used to, man, but nowadays I think it might be the worst idea ever for me.
Yeah. It'll be like, do you want to lose the thing you got?
Yeah, right.
That's a rough one. Tough one to navigate too.
What is that?
That is probably one of the reasons I'm feeling a little zonked.
What's
Other
that?
than the fact that I've had crazy insomnia for like 2 days straight for no reason. You have a kid, so it makes more sense to get less sleep, I think, than my scenario where it's like I just have no idea. I wonder if that's a common thing after the shot, you know?
Yeah. I'm getting my second one on the 13th.
Ooh, plan. Which again is it?
I got Moderna.
Okay, me too. It depends. I heard something about it being age based, and the thing I read about it was talking about second shot's worse because the first one like introduces your body to the problem, and then your body's like, all right, we're gonna start the factory, right? It's like creates all the antibodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a slow process when it's introduced to something new for that to happen, which is part of how like viruses can kind of hit you hard, right? But the second one is like a punch, just a hardcore punch, and I think that's because the body has already built up these little armies inside. This is my very adult understanding of it, which is minimal. So like when your body gets hit a second time, it like activates like that whole army to be like, all right, guys, let's get to work. So your whole body's just like building that stuff like on overdrive because it's had it before. So it like kind of it recognizes it. And so that's why I guess the second time, especially, but they don't understand why it affects people who are younger more often than people who are older.
Yeah.
Which made me feel better because I don't feel young.
Are we considered young?
No. But I guess it could be worse. I don't know.
Oh, man.
But you can luck out and like not have anything. You know?
That would be nice. I'm probably still going to cancel class that day.
It's probably a smart idea. Just in case. But I will say, like clockwork, it was true to what I read about the kind of predictions about it, where I guess in general, it's like 24 to 48 hours, worst case, usually. So yeah, for me, it was like right about at the 48-hour mark exactly. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it because I literally have like stared at the same sentence.
Right.
But I think that reads. Does that? Here, let's. Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Let's see
That
here.
looks good.
We'll clarify that that's an apple more than a peach. Right now, it looks like a peach.
Here's my boat.
Dude, very cool.
Now I just got to paint it. I think I have all the pieces. All the stuff that isn't finished is I already have those drawn for another boat. So now I just got to figure out the best way to communicate how I want this to move without having to rig it myself. But yeah, so I've got the end caps, got the lashing. I've got the
Is it somebody you can video conference?
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do.
So I would just like wiggle them, like be like, okay, this part right here, just move it here. You know?
The problem
or Corey, you could draw
3 dimensions.
Just do the drawing over the screen. Oh wait, it's in 3 dimensions?
Yeah, because the sails are rotating in 3D space. So anyway,
got it.
That is not Corey's problem for today. That's future Corey's problem.
Yeah, it's probably also not like 3 a.m. Corey's problem.
Right. Or 4:30.
Well, thanks for hanging out and hopping on.
Yeah.
I am definitely gonna crash. Thanks to everybody in the chats who hung out there with us. Some of you guys hung in there for like 4 hours. That is insane, and I think You guys have well earned the name Night Gang. And I hope you guys got some progress on your projects as well. And I will probably finish this up in the morning. Have a good night, Adam
All right.
and Jan. Have a good lunch. And then thanks to everybody else who showed up in the chats, Chris K and Frank and all that. All right. Oh, Corey, everybody can check out his work, CoreyKerr.com. And Corey Kerr on YouTube. Anything else?
No, you're yawning too much for me to talk. So, no, it's good. Go to CoreyKerr.com. There's stuff there.
Okay, and then buy 2 stories on Amazon if you haven't yet, or any other online bookseller. But Amazon has it now for like $9. I have no idea how. So it's a good deal. Go get it. All right, I will see you guys probably later. All right, have a good night.
See ya.